revolves around marketing in the present context, and discussions focus on the best ways to market to Indian consumers in a dynamic environment. The theme for today's Pitch CMO Summit is Transforming Businesses in the Digital Age. What I feel when, not that I'm that old, but I really feel that back then, we just had TV, and we used to be watching the cartoons might be, or the pitch as we are here for, and the pitch, the only thing that I can actually relate to is the cricket. So whenever the cricket would be coming, and that was a delight for us to watch, and we'll be watching on TV, then there would be certain ads coming in, and we'll be like hooked onto it, and we'll go to our parents and, say, oh, this is a really nice ad, this is something we really want. My friends, digital media has gone way far. We never thought that we could really reach out to people in very different format, by Facebook, by tweeting, whether by YouTube, whether by Woot. There's so many different platforms that we can actually look out for. So now the question arises, which platform is it good for us to get onto? Is this or is that? So that is the reason that we are here today. Those questions which are there in our mind, how to reach out to the consumer, how to make sure that yes, our brand is reaching to the right people. This is the platform that we're here today to be with you and as to tell you. So starting with, a marketer's job is a mix of intuition and listening to his consumers. Big data and innovative digital technologies have made the science of listening more efficient. Today, at the 2019 Delhi Pitch CMO Summit, the best minds in the business will talk about the art and science of effective listening. But before we commence, we would like to acknowledge our partners. This edition of Pitch CMO Summit Delhi, presented by MX Player Everytainment, co-powered by The Hindu, Colors, Emotion AI partner, Sensei, your essential partner for mystery over consumer senses, live webcast partner, Dreamcast. And with that, let's have a look at our partners' AVs, please.
I got the world in my pocket, so it's easy. So it seems.
All right, my friends, your favorite advertising and marketing.
Very loud. It was cool, like hashtag level cool. The Hindu Group's brand events were big, bigger than big, and even bigger than that. Theatre lovers were unanimous in their verdict. The Hindu Theatre Fest was a tragedy, and a comedy, a musical, a drama, and just plain history in the making. Then came November, and with it, Saregama Padhanisa. Music was in the air, and the Hindu November Fest on everyone's mind. It was the biggest musical bash South India had seen. 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year! We kicked off the year with a literary bang. The Hindu Lit for Life opened its doors. Authors, books and book lovers took center stage. The bookworms certainly were not disappointed. We then ended the season with the greatest and smartest minds we knew. 3 days, 40 powerhouses. The Hindu Group's The Huddle engaged in conversations for change as the world watched on. Theatre Fest, November Fest, Lit for Life, The Huddle, 4 mega events, combined mega success. Last season was awesome. This season is going to be epic. The Hindu Group's brand events.
रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं, आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही। खुले आने जहां, जुड़े आने जहां, खुले आने जहां, जुड़े आने जहां। उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहां, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहां।
In the world of business, when you think business, you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books. BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
All right. Your favorite advertising and marketing industry news platform, Exchange for Media Group, is now on WhatsApp, as you just heard. So I would just like to share the number, and I would request you all to kindly save it as well. 491579245749 and message start. To begin this event with, may I now call upon Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman, Editor-in-Chief of Exchange for Media Group, and
is harmonizing chaos in a new world order. That could be the billboard in every media company, especially our, because we in the media industry are dealing with challenges that are long presentation, but I have two audience challenges. Facebook is like, Donald Trump's life or whoever's life you like, Ran's life or Shah Rukh's life. And pride is Instagram. I've recently gone on Instagram And, I'm trying to be Instagram friendly. I also got another WhatsApp, Ravneet the second. And, keep talking about this impact of technology and what machine learning and artificial marketing today has become about dealing with paradoxes. I want to end by saying, I've given this example in the past, and I would like to give it as my puzzle more. And we're constantly being bombarded with content. So in the brands play a larger role.
All that our official hashtag pitch CMO, tweet and tell us, as we have something really special in it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, a big to Anurag, and it was sort of, so for the introduction he gave, I don't know whether I deserve even half of that. I must say that I am in his land and inspired by him. You can see what I'm wearing. So, I said that if you are there and, you've got to dress up. So in the city of Delhi during elections. So thank you once again for inviting me. Thank you to Anurag, Naval, everyone at E4M and all. That much more challenging. And indeed, my pleasure. On the topic of harmonizing chaos in a new world order. So I was thinking on the topic and I was thinking about it as to what do I talk and what do I leave behind with you. First of all, let me be very, very clear and give you the caveat that I am no expert at the New World Order, and everything which I tell you may or may not turn out to be true on how to harmonize chaos in the New World Order. What I will, however, try to do is to share my perspective, share some of my reflections of having come thus far, but trying to look a little bit as well. And then hopefully, is the new world about energy? So there are many dimensions to each of these things which we talk about and when we think of. And there I can keep going on and talking about each of these, and I could take a lot of time trying to talk what are the various facets of the new world. But I thought in the interest of time, there are three around us is because of inequality. And his argument that basically this is going to continue to define, there were a lot of critics of him at that point in time. Many economists disagreed with him. But I think the relevance of that cannot be more than what it is today in our society. And to me, therefore, Thomas Piketty's thinking on inequality up the example of Brexit. So if you look at Brexit, what is the seminal thing behind Brexit? In my opinion, of course, there are several factors and there is a lot which has been written about by experts on why Brexit. But to be honest with you, this is not new. This indeed has not changed for 25 odd years. It is the same for close to about 25 years. And if at all, post the financial crisis of 2008, that has changed a bit in favor of making it less unequal because the losses have been more to the ones who owned a lot of wealth at that point in time. But the perception of it, and the reason that our jobs are being taken away by people who are moving from the European Union, and that something needs to be done about it, and the society is becoming more unequal, and I don't get the opportunities which I deserve. That one single driving force led to what Brexit happened. The second one, closer home, let me talk about, and this time flipping it around the other way around, let me talk about UP elections and demonetization. If you look at the thought behind demonetization, one of the arguments for demonetization was also to tackle the so-called inequality and to try and bring in some kind of equality and given opportunity and try and change and make it more transparent and move in for demonetization. And as that piece happened, it did have an impact on the the way BJP swept the elections in UP. And the reason for that simply was that I may have lost a goat, but the others have lost a lot of cows. And I think this is very, very important for human psychology. And I think everyone, the rich bashing which can then follow up from there, leads to a perception that which is again seminally centered around inequality, and you are trying to play the other way around. If you look at closer home to the corporate world, in the corporate scenario, I don't know whether some of you followed, in one of the latest statements given by Jeff Bezos, he talked about making the daily wage $15 per hour in Amazon, and saying that can all the other retailers follow. And I think that was this thing, which is to say that we will be offering 15 US dollars per hour, raising the bar, in a manner of speaking, in the context of United States, and then saying, challenging, can others follow? And where did that stem from? That again stems from the growing perception of inequality and trying to give that face, this thing saying that, we'll try and make it equal. And I think this, therefore, is the most defining thing for the New World Order. Closer home in India, again, I'll tell you, we've sort of swung a bit on this. But if you were to go back, and some of you in the room will definitely resonate with this, of course, Anurag, my friend, and some of you others will be. If you were to look at pre-91 India, I think there was a complete, some kind of a taboo to conspicuous consumption. I think it was a different society. There were also far less choice available to people, the kind of things which were there. There were queues for everything which you needed to go in for, whether even for buying scooters or going for telephones and so on and so forth. Post the opening up of 91, things have changed quite a lot. Things have changed, and the amount of choice which is available, the things which can basically move on in this, the thinking about conspicuous consumption is totally gone. So basically, if you have it, you flaunt it, I think is the new mantra. I think the mantra which is actually being followed and basically which is the classic capitalism mantra which is being followed. But once again, the question which is already beginning to get raised in our country and will be raised as we go forward is the same thing on inequality. What are we doing about inequality, and what is it that we can do to address this? And if you again go by statistics here, by the way, while we are now sort of flaunting a lot of this, imagining a lot of things, a lot of choices available to us, the question to ask is, has inequality come down or gone up? And if at all, if you look at it, if you again go by Thomas Piketty research on India this time around, so in 1980s, the 10% of Indian population used to be, owning about 45% of the wealth. That number, 10% of Indian population now owns close to 68% of the wealth of the country. So if at all, it has gone for the worse. Now, if this is indeed the way the tide is blowing, and broadly, if you look at, these are the three things in the new world order which we as marketers should be cognizant of. One is technology, and I'm sure you guys will have a lot of debate on that. The second is energy or sustainability, if I was to use the broader word. And finally, this theme around inequality and opportunity, which is the case. What should we as marketers do? And at this stage, I would like to quote from Jimmy Dean, acclaimed American singer, actor, businessman, and TV anchor, and some of you know him, and I quote, saying, "I can't change the direction of the wind, but I can adjust my sail to always reach my destination." So to you, this is the place I want to leave you as marketeers, that we can't change the direction of the wind. The direction of the wind is the direction of the wind. But we've got to go to a particular destination. We are motoring our brands, our organization in a different form. And can we adjust the sail to always reach that destination? Now, the answer is not very easy, and I will definitely not profess that I have the answer. But what I want to leave you with is a very simplistic thought, or a rather simplistic thought, and an idea, if I could say, a kernel, on what we could do to tackle this, to tackle the three broad phenomena. And I think, fortunately, they tackle this particular one thought which I will leave you with tackles the three big phenomena in the New World Order. And that, ladies and gentlemen, the phrase is sharing. It is an old world phrase, and I think I want to take on from where Anurag left while showing his last two slides. It's an old world phrase. It's something which we've grown up with. We talk to our children and we talk about sharing. Our parents had sort of basically talked a lot about sharing. As a society, India, and particularly Asia, and arguably the humankind, sharing is an important virtue. But somehow when we come to corporates, when we come to jobs, this is something we just forget. When we come to professions, there is a taboo on sharing. You are very, very cagey. You don't want to share. But in the new world order, ladies and gentlemen, I think sharing will have an important role to play. And let me give you now sign off with a few examples. And I'll give you a few examples. These are top of mind examples. They're not exhaustive. These are things which I have sort of, either experienced, touched, or thought of. And I'll share some of them with you. So let me first talk from the point of view of sustainability. Now, if you talk of sustainability, one of the big successes in Unilever as a brand has been Lipton. And one of the things which Lipton has now consistently done for 8-10 years is the Rainforest Alliance in Kenya with the farmers and the entire emphasis on sustainability, on sustainable farming and being able to say that. That has helped the brand to grow. So I think your ability to therefore be able to do the two goes hand in hand. And contrary as it may seem, I think ability to adapt more sustainable solutions, share them upfront with your consumers or customers, and talk about this, bring that conversation into the society is good for the brand. It's good for the brand for building the equity of the brand. It's good for the brand for building the stature and size of the brand. And it is definitely very good for the business. Let me give you the second example on technology. And I again stay with the theme of sharing. And I think I take this in the context of organizations into partnerships. I think that's how you will share when you have partnerships. And let me give you an example of something closer home at Wycom 18 here. And let me talk to you about something which we did 3 years ago when we launched Woot. When we launched Woot, as many of you may know, we are a media organization. We are storytellers. What is at the heart of our organization is content. We understand, as an organization in general, very little of content, very little of technology, very little of engineering, very little of product. And everybody, basically, when we went about doing Woot, we partnered with 42 partners. 42 partners to launch Woot. And most people turn around, including some people very close to us, including people who are guiding us, some people whom I work with very closely. He said, this will collapse. There is no way you can partner with 42 people. You have no clue what you're getting into. You have no idea. Your people don't know anything about it, and it won't work. Inshallah, let me tell you, 3 years out, we are now close to about 150 million gross downloads, but more importantly, 55 million now, closer to 55 million monthly active users. And in the last financial year, we delivered 100 billion video minutes on this platform. So about technology, my answer to many of you is, we won't learn it overnight. We won't become experts on it overnight. But do we need to embrace it? The answer is yes. Is it redefining the new world order in which we are staying? The answer is yes. How do we then tackle it? The answer is simple, which I want to leave you with again. It's about partnering. It's about sharing. And the new world is a lot about partnering. And I think about sharing. So I think that's the second piece. And thirdly, talking about inequality, let me share with you a few examples on that as well, which is, I think, at the core of everything. So there is this company, which is, so I've always thought about food companies in general. And I've always thought that what if all food organizations and food brands were to dedicate a very small fraction of consumer spend in order to tackle malnourishment? You see, malnourishment is a reality and is something which stares us in the face and is at the heart of some level of inequality in society in the way in which we live. If all organizations, all food organizations particularly, could actually dedicate a small part of it, wouldn't that be wonderful? And as we speak, there is a specialty retailer, which some of you may know by the name of Box Lunch. Box Lunch dedicates one free meal for every $10 spent at the retailer. For every $10 spent at the retailer, one free meal is provided by Box Lunch. How's that? I think that is absolutely wonderful. And I think that is something which is eminently doable. Now, if you look at, again, the other dimension of inequality which we tackle, and which is a very, very strong and hot debate today, and I see a lot of ladies here sitting in the room, is about the gender disparity in pay. And I think the argument is that how do we tackle this? Because we've got to tackle it with keeping meritocracy intact. That is indeed true. We have to keep meritocracy intact. We cannot allow meritocracy to be compromised to run efficient organizations, efficient corporations, arguably. well-governed countries. So I think in that context, how do we go about doing this? Again, a lot of experiments, a lot of things which are happening. It is pertinent for us to be able to do some of these things. The work which is happening in UK in some spheres in this area is very good, being done by certain companies. I think the other thing which we will need to continue to reflect on is how do we share value across an organization, across different levels of an organization to tackle inequality. And I think this is a very pertinent question, and a question which will need to be addressed by us as society and by all of us as marketeers. And finally, when it comes to sharing, I want to leave you, and from a point of view of inequality, or rather bringing some kind of equality, I want to leave you with the thought, last thought from my end, on inverting the pyramid. We've always stayed with a concept of hierarchy and a pyramid where as you rise higher, you seem to be, you think that people are more wise, you think people have more answers, people have more solutions, and that's how you reward them, and that's how organizations are structured, that's how governments and other places are structured. How about inverting that in today's day and age? And again, I want to leave you with a small, but an interesting example, something which I have shared in the past as well, but I have no hesitation in sharing. Once again, from our digital business, when we wanted to name the business, which is basically now called Woot, in the naming of the business, we did not go to the most wise. We did not go to the conventional people. We opened it up to crowdsourcing. And lo and behold, and we opened it up far and wide, and lo and behold, the person who got the name was actually a 22-year-old, 6-month intern at Viacom 18 for a princely award of a round trip anywhere to the world with the name Woot. And I think, and when we later on, so we first liked it, and then we sort of, Googled it and looked what does that mean, the exclamation of joy and the entire, the importance of that dictionary. Some of us didn't even know about it. So my idea in the end is to leave you with this seminal thought as you progress the day, and in later in your careers and in your life, is keep on reflecting on the word sharing. Sometimes it also means partnering or partnership. I think that could help us to address the question on how do we bring, basically, how do we have, harmonizing chaos in a new world order. And I think if we were to attempt to harmonize chaos in a new world order, I think we have to start with this simple thought of sharing. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, may I request you to please stay with us on stage for just a minute, please? May I request Mr. Prakash Sankranarayanan, Head of Business and Brand Development, Vickerton Group, and Mr. Alok Shrivastava, VP and Business Head North and East, Vickerton Group, to please join us on stage to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Watts. We can applaud, my friends. Let the applause go on. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We have an interesting announcement. Participate in The Hindu. We know South India the best quiz and win exciting prizes. Quiz forms are available at the registration counter and at the Hindu stall. Winners will be announced shortly. With that, we move forward, my friends, moving further to our next session, which is presented by Mr. Soham Maheshwar, Alexa evangelist at Amazon India. His role involves inspiring and helping developers build incredible voice experiences using Alexa. He was a part of the Alexa launch in India, which has seen developers build over 20,000 skills in a short span of time. The topic of address is giving a voice to your brand. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Maheshwar on stage.
Check. All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sohan. I work in Amazon as an Alexa evangelist. So my talk today is a slight change of pace. I know there's a large marketing audience here, but as Mr. Sudhanshu said, the future is technology, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about the future. So I'm here to talk to you a little bit about how brands and businesses need to look at voice user interfaces to really, sort of keep up with technology. So far, how we have interacted with technology really looks like this. Right? We've all used mobile phones, we've used computers, laptops, we've used remote controls, we've controlled our AC, but this isn't a very human way of communicating. Right? At the end of the day, it's all about the human connection, and it's all about this. If you really look at it, how we have interacted with personal computing, it sort of looks like this, where it all started in the mid-1970s, and I'm going a small little tech lesson here. Our interactions with personal computing started in the mid-1970s. And it was then, people used very, very basic computers, small black and white screens, and you could only enter text-based commands to get something done. So to like move a file or to copy a file, you had to actually type out COPY, and it wasn't the most user-friendly, of course. Things changed in the mid-1980s a little bit, and for the first time, we had graphical user interfaces. This is something we all take for granted now. We're so used to using. But for the first time, companies like Microsoft and Apple and Xerox, they came up with interfaces that were visual in nature. For the first time, you could see a file on your system, or you could move this little piece of hardware that would translate onto the screen. I'm talking about a computer mouse, which wasn't very popular before that. In the 90s, things changed again, and this time we moved towards the era of the web. And I certainly remember the early days of the web where I used Internet Explorer, and we had to wait like 5 minutes for a static website to load up. And for the first time, of course, we had to use this thing called a browser, and we were introduced to elements like a drop-down menu or a radio button. Then again, things changed in the mid-2000s. We came to the era of the smartphone. Right? And just think of the 20 years or so that the mobile phone has been around. We've gone from these really basic phones with small screens and clunky keypads to the advanced smartphones that all of us here have in our pockets. And think of the interactions you have on your phones today. You swipe right, or how do you zoom a page on your web page? You do that, yeah? You pinch to zoom, or you pull to refresh. All these interactions didn't exist before. But as technology evolves, so does our interactions with it. Now, like I said in the earlier slide, it's all about the human interaction. And we as humans, we've been using our voice to communicate with each other for over 100,000 years. But for some reason, our technology really hasn't reflected that up until now. In a nutshell, it simply wasn't easy. The tech wasn't there. But now, thanks to machine learning, thanks to speech-to-text recognition, thanks to all of this tech, we are at a stage where we can communicate with a machine using our voice and hear an intelligent response back. So as if on time, sometime in the mid-2010s, there was another paradigm shift towards voice user interfaces. We at Amazon, we truly believe that voice represents the next major disruption in computing. And being in marketing, being marketeers, I'm sure you guys have heard this word a lot, which is disruption. And it's when a new technology or a platform, it changes how we behave, or it changes how we operate. And we believe that voice is that next disruption in computing. It's not just us. If you look at the statistics as well, they're saying by 2021, there will be 1.83 billion users who would use voice-based assistants. And that really changes the paradigm. It changes the paradigm of information lookup. It changes the paradigm of how brands communicate with customers. So it's really going to change the paradigm in the years to come. Keeping this disruption in mind, we came up with this device called the Echo. Does anyone here own one? Anybody? Awesome, few of y'all. So this is a device called the Amazon Echo. It's powered by Alexa, of course. And this is a device that lets you voice control your world. So everything from getting cricket scores to playing music to controlling the smart lights in your house to setting alarms, reminders to shopping, very importantly to shopping, all of this can be done just via your voice. And for now, how people typically use it is, you'd have one device at your home, maybe in the living room, maybe in the bedroom. But really, our vision is not just that. Our vision is really for Alexa to be everywhere, which means you will be using your voice to communicate with machines not just at home, but also at work, at university, on the go, at your bank, and at the supermarket. Really, this is our vision where people can use their voice to communicate with machines wherever they go. So now, you've seen that voice is going to be the next major disruption. So let's take a look at how brands and businesses really should start thinking about voice. On Alexa, of course, you have something called a skill. Similar to how you have apps on your phone or how you have websites, you have something called a skill on Alexa. Right? These are just some of the global brands that have worked with us to build skills. And this is a very, very fast-growing ecosystem. It's something that's about to explode right now. And we really hope that brands and businesses come and start building skills to really interact with their audience. All right, so if you really look at the evolution of buying, for the longest time, people went out to physical stores to buy something. They would, of course, see advertisements. They would see, marketing material on radio, internet, magazine, wherever. But for the longest time, they had to go to a physical store to actually buy something. That, of course, changed with the internet. And I think Amazon was one of the pioneers of e-commerce, where for the first time, you could sit in your house and actually buy something and have it delivered home. True disruption. Of course, that changed again when it came to buying via mobile phone. And I'm sure a lot of you here have worked with e-commerce or have worked with companies that let people buy from a mobile phone. That is going to change again with voice, because how it started was like this, and these are screenshots from first versions of websites. That's McDonald's, that's BMW, and that's the Pepsi. These are first cuts of actual websites, and see how horrendous they all looked, if I may say so myself. But we're going to go from something like this to something like this, where a user is getting ready to go out. They can just say something like, Alexa, add a bottle of cola to my cart, and the device says, bottle of cola has been added to your cart. What this really means is, for the first time, you need to think of the essence of your brand in a voice-centric world. And this is a fundamental paradigm shift, because so far what's been happening is brands have worked really hard to sort of maintain, like, say, visual consistency. Our logo should look like this, our collateral should look like this. But how do you really sort of maintain that in a voice-centric world? Because for the first time, your brand has a voice in the digital world. And this is, I think, very, very important. Your brand has a voice in the digital world for the first time. So as a brand, how do you really start thinking about this paradigm? What can you do to get started into this? You're like, okay, what do I do now? I think as a brand, you really need to take stock of the conversations that you're having with your customer right now. What are those conversations? What do they sound like? For a lot of brands that were born in the digital age, maybe you're not having any conversation with your customer at all. All your interactions are completely technologically driven. Or maybe some of you all are having conversations via a customer support agent, or maybe via a chatbot. How often do you directly speak to your customer? A lot of the brick and mortar stores, when someone enters a brick and mortar store, you have a person greet the customer, which gives a very delightful and surprising experience to that customer. So how do you really take that experience and translate that to the digital world? And I think that is some of the things you as a brand start to need to think about when you're moving to a voice-centric world. Also, like I said before, I think brands take a lot of effort. They spend a lot of time in trying to think of how their brand looks, in terms of visual consistency, in how they come across in their collateral, in their logos, in their advertisements. But has anyone really thought about how your brand sounds like? And I think that will be important moving forward. How will you really give a voice to your brand? Is it a male voice? Is it a female voice? What sort of tone can you actually use when you're communicating with your customers? Maybe your brand wants to give off this friendly, youthful sort of vibe, so maybe you give it a very casual tone. Or maybe you're a premium brand, so you have to give your tone a slightly different feel. Also, the most important thing, I think, when it comes to conversational interfaces is how authentic and personal can you actually be? I think the big difference between what we've been doing so far in technology, with mobile apps and websites, and what we're getting into now, which are voice user interfaces, is so far we have sort of forced humans to think like computers. We as humans, we shouldn't be thinking in terms of radio buttons, drop-down menus, and swipe right and swipe left. But now we're finally at a stage where we are forcing computers to think like humans. And again, I think that's what's really changing the paradigm. And that lends to a lot of personalization and a lot of contextualization that could never have been possible so far with what we had. All right, so As a brand, if you have sort of thought of these questions and if you're really convinced that voice is that next major disruption, how do you go about designing a voice experience for your customer? How do you really connect with your customers via voice? A good way to get started is, of course, to define how you can actually enhance your customer's life. And I think this is the most important thing. We've worked with a lot of brands before who said, hey, you know what, I'm really convinced about voice. I really want to be there. I want to be the first player there. And the big mistake I think a lot of them do is they take existing experiences from mobile and web to the voice world. And that typically doesn't work. And the reason is, so far we have been interacting with screen-based devices, right? We use a laptop, we use our desktop, we use a mobile phone. All these devices are screen-based devices which are meant for the eye, whereas now in a voice-centric world, you're designing for the ear. And that's a fundamental difference again. A good way to start, figuring out how you can impact your customer is try and see where you can fit into your customer's journey, right? Think of maybe a day in the life of your customer. Maybe your customer listens to the news in the morning, they take an Uber later in the day to work, they use like a smart bulb to turn their lights off. In the afternoon, their kids come back from school, order some food, do some math quizzes. And in the evening, you might get some recipes, listen to Sadhguru, get the cricket scores. This is the typical journey of a consumer who can use voice user interfaces in certain ways. And as a brand, you can really see where you can enhance their life or where you can really fit into this consumer journey. Once you've defined sort of what you want to build and how you want to connect with your customer, comes the most important part, which is sort of deploying the use case that you've come up with. And here, the most important thing is to think of the voice design, which is essentially, like I said, how you would actually speak with your consumer. Again, the fundamental difference is you're designing for the ears and not the eyes. Just going to give you a small design lesson here, but when it comes to designing for the eye expects uniformity. This is why every time you go to Amazon.in, you will see the same elements at the same place every time. That is how we learn to use user interfaces. If you don't believe me, let's try an experiment. You can take out your phone, think of the app that you use the most on your phone, right? And what you do is change the location of that app change the location of the app icon. You'll find that the next time you want to go use that app, you will go to where it used to be, because that's how we use visual user interfaces, right? You train yourself for it to be at that particular place because the eye expects uniformity. With the ear, though, it's slightly different. The ear wants a lot of variety. Yeah, you don't want to hear the same thing over and over again. So keep that in mind when actually designing the conversation between your voice experience and your customer. I just want to show you like a small video clip of how Diageo sort of thought about their voice experience, and they came up with an Alexa skill that could connect with your customers. So I'm just going to play that clip.
Let's say you have some friends over. And to shake things up, just say, Alexa, open the bar.
Welcome to the bar.
It's like a personal bartender, except you don't need to tip. Let's start with a classic.
Old fashioned coming right up. Start with the sugar. Add ice. Pour in the whiskey. Stir patiently. Garnish with an orange zest. Cheers.
And for friends that don't know what they want, it can even find something for them.
Would you like something sweet or sour?
Sweet.
Looks like you're in the mood for a cosmopolitan.
Just mix, shake, twist, strain, peel, flame, and serve. Boom. Look at you, Mr. Bartender. Just say, Alexa, open the bar to start making cocktails. Alexa, I feel like a vodka martini.
Do you like that shaken or stirred?
Yeah. So Diageo really want to connect with their customers, and they thought that having a skill that would help their customers build cocktails would really, reinforce the brand's guidelines, reinforce what users wanted to connect with the brand. So they built out this particular experience, which sort of mirrored like how you'd go to your local bar, like, down the road and ask your favorite bartender for a cocktail. And they did a lot of research into how they could actually connect with their customers, and they designed this. And it's really successful as well in terms of, how users are connecting with this skill in this voice-centric world. All right, so we spoke about how you could define what your voice experience could be and how you could actually design it. The most important part after designing and developing it is to actually optimize for voice. And I think this also is very important and gets overlooked because, again, I think fundamentally the difference here is with voice, there are different ways of saying the same thing. So that is a huge technological and a design challenge. And you really sort of want to listen to what your customers are saying to your skill. I want to give you a good example, and it's a great anecdote. So in the US, this financial institution called Capital One, they spend a lot of time and a lot of research saying, hey, we want to be the first financial institution to build a banking skill on Alexa so that our customers can ask for account balance, they can transfer money and ask for mortgage information and stuff like that on the skill. And they put in a lot of design effort, they put in a lot of tech effort, and they launched the skill. And it was a good skill, it worked really well. But the one thing that they saw when the users were using their skill is that most people actually didn't ask for, hey, what's the interest rate on this, or what's the loan rate, etc. The most commonly asked question was, how am I doing? Yeah, because that's such a human question to ask a financial institution, because people just wanted to know if they were financially okay, if their financial health was okay, right? And that was something that they didn't see coming, and we didn't see coming either, but it was a learning for us. So, they had to go back and rework their skill to sort of, they optimize their skill, to make it a lot more human, to have that certain connection with their customers. Yeah, and right now it's one of the most popular skills in the US where people use that skill often to figure out what the financial health is. So really think of how you can optimize this experience for your users. I want to share a quick case study with you. It's a case study called Chompers, and it was done by Gimlet Media. They're a pretty popular company in the US. They do a lot of podcasts, and they do a lot of work on voice. So they were tasked with creating something for kids, right? And I'm going to show you a small video again, and I'll take you through the case study.
How many teeth do sharks have? How big is a whale? What do plants eat?
Kids can be easily distracted, so for parents, getting them to brush their teeth can feel more like pulling teeth. Only 47% succeeding in the mornings and 69% at night. But ignoring brushing has consequences. Tooth decay has become the most common chronic disease among young children. So Crest Kids dreamt up a way for parents to make tooth time a journey of imagination with a simple voice command.
Alexa, start Chompers.
Chompers is a twice-daily audio show that combines healthy brushing tips and curiosity-inspiring content that keeps kids engaged while they build better brushing habits. Each episode runs for at least 2 minutes, the exact time dentists recommend for healthy brushing.
Switch to the other side of the bottom of your mouth and keep brushing. So, which of these animals has the most teeth? A snail, a shark, or a saber-toothed tiger? We'll tell you tonight when you come back for more Chompers.
To make it easy for parents, Crest Kids integrated Chompers with Amazon's Alexa, empowering moms and dads to instantly unlock a world of original songs, jokes, stories, riddles, and facts, keeping kids entertained and on task so they brush better daily, morning and night.
Tonight, we're going to give you the answer to that question we gave you this morning. Which animal has the most teeth? The answer is a snail has the most teeth.
New content every morning and night drove a behavioral shift for Chompers listeners, boosting morning brushing to 73% and nighttime brushing to 89%. And a whopping 91% of parents credited Chompers with making brushing easier. It's unanimous. Chompers is a game changer. It's amazing what kids can accomplish in just 2 minutes twice a day.
3, 2, 1, spit!
I really like this example because I think the brand Crest could easily have, just said, hey, let's throw some advertising stuff in our skill, say, please brush your teeth, kids, don't forget to do so. And they could have left it at that, but they really chose to embrace the medium. They figured out what the strengths of the medium was, how to engage with children on that medium, and they came out with this. The problem statement was pretty simple. Crest Kids wanted to encourage kids to brush more. The problem was kids liked screen-based devices, but most bathrooms or restrooms in houses didn't have screen-based devices. And kids didn't listen to podcasts, right? How many kids actually listen to podcasts? So Gimlet Media actually worked with the Amazon team, and they worked with Crest to come up with this, where they actually came up with this skill. And I like the second point that's mentioned here, right? Which is it outlined the shift in search. In the future, I don't know how often we'll be going back to our laptops and our mobile phone to actually search for information. And I think that is where you really, really need a strong brand presence. Because if I'm going to ask Alexa, saying, Alexa, what cola should I buy? If you're Pepsi or you're Coke, you want to be that first result there. Right now, if I look up something online on a search engine, I can see 10 results, and I can probably pick from one. But when that shift sort of moves to voice, you sort of want to be at that first search. Right? And I think that's what really important is. That's what is really important. And needless to say, this campaign did really well. It won like a Cannes Lion. Kids reported more brushing, and everyone was happy. But what I really want to highlight is how they sort of embrace the medium and the technology to good effect. There's a famous quote by Gartner. Gartner is a company that does a lot of industry research, especially in technology. And they say that conversational platforms will drive the next big paradigm shift in how we humans interact with the digital world. I think 10 years ago, if I was giving you this talk and I said, hey, keyboard and mouse won't be the primary user interface anymore, I would have probably been laughed at. Yeah, and trust me, I worked in tech for a bit, so I started my career as a mobile app developer. And we were a startup, and we'd go often to companies and brands saying, hey, you really need a mobile app. And they'd be like, stop it. I have a website. I'm cool. But then, of course, we know what happened. I think we're at that phase right now in that shift towards voice interfaces. Yeah, it might not happen tomorrow or 2 weeks from now, but it is definitely going to happen. And you would have probably seen this image quite a bit, the one at the bottom there. It's called the March of Progress. It sort of outlines how we have evolved from ape to being able to stand on our 2 feet, to being able to master machines. We see the endpoint as us being able to talk into the ether, and hearing an intelligent response back. Yeah? And this is really where we see the future of technology. And that's why we really think brands and businesses have to be here, and they have to adapt to this new technology in the future. All right? I just want to end by saying, think about how you can give your brand or your business a voice, because this is definitely going to be the future. All right? Thanks a lot for that. Yeah, you're a lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request you to please stay with us on stage? Thank you. May I request Mr. Suresh Balakrishna, Chief Revenue Officer, The Hindu Group, to please join us on stage to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Maheshwar. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, please? Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now, one of the biggest blockbuster success in the Indian FMCG space has been Pulse Candy, which crossed rupees 150 crores within a year of its launch and changed the dynamics in the hard-boiled candy segment. The person credited with this success is our next speaker. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome on stage Mr. Shashank Surana, VP New Product Development, DS Group, who will be speaking on the topic, you can applaud my friends louder, building brand the influencer way. Let's welcome him on stage.
Okay, just need the... Thank you. Okay, this is sorry, left and right, which one? Yeah, this is what we have just clicked. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that introduction. I would say the entire team was responsible. I cannot alone be credited to the success. For the next few minutes, I'm going to share my thoughts on the new influencer paradigm in India. And how is it helping brands in building that brands? How is this influencers helping in building the brands? It's interesting, this is an interesting slide. We all know Mr. Amitabh Bachchan. I think he needs no introduction here. He has been the biggest influencer in the past, and even now he continues to be. But what is more important to see here is that who is Mr. Amit Bandana? He is a new age influencer, influencing large masses today with his content in the digital medium. Let's go back in time. In 1990s, things were dramatically different. There were very few people influencing the masses, and those few people just came from either Bollywood or sports, you'd agree. And brands had only these few faces amongst themselves, and they recycled it over and over again. Let's have a look at the typical endorsement brands used to do in that era. I think this person needs no introduction again, Mr. Sachin Tendulkar. He's referred to as the god of cricket. And every brand wanted a piece of Mr. Sachin Tendulkar. And I would like to cite an instance here. I was influenced by one of his brands that he was endorsing, which was MRF. I was a cricket enthusiastic myself, and I wanted to play cricket and do batting. And I wanted an MRF bat just because Sachin uses that bat to play like Sachin. That was the power of influence he had on me. And he was endorsing too many brands in that era. And that led to a pitfall. Sometimes brands compromise on their reach, visibility, storytelling when he's endorsing so many brands. Then came the new digital revolution. And this digital revolution, I think, is a boon for all of our marketeers and influencers. It's interesting to notice here that today, 1/3 of the population owns a smartphone. And by 2020, this is going to double, almost double. I think I just mentioned 1/3 of the population have a smartphone. They're actually carrying knowledge and entertainment in our pockets today. With the emergence of the digital age, there came a lot, the digital platforms were born. And these digital platforms, the interesting thing to notice here is that the amount of reach that they have garnered over this decade and the amount of time people are spending on these platforms, it's really encouraging for us, marketeers and influencers. Let's just tap into this golden mine, you know. This is the digital era, the digital revolution. I just talked about the celebrity influencers, which have been there in the past. They have been there. They are currently now also. They'll be there in the future. But what is more important to see here is the two other levels of influencers that have added with the digital revolution. They are the macro influencers and the micro influencers. The macro influencers are basically area domain. They're expert in the area domains. And the micro influencers are people like you and I. And I would just take an example here. Whenever anybody wants to buy a smartphone or a TV or a tablet here, are we just buying it by seeing an advertisement? I think the answer to that is no. We are seeing the blogs of the area expert to get that technical knowledge. And we are also talking to our peers, our subordinates, and people at large to understand their experiences about the product and then making a final decision on what we need to buy. And the other two layers that I was just talking about, the micro and the macro and the micro influencers, what they lend today is a lot more authenticity. And you would agree with me there. And that authenticity is really important. Today, if we want to buy a product, from online, say for example online, the biggest e-marketplace, one of the biggest players in the e-marketplace is Amazon. And Amazon, if you want to buy a product at Amazon, we just don't see the product and buy it. We first see the ratings of the product, and we also see the product reviews, and then make a decision on buying it. Similar is the case with Zomato. Today, we don't see the menu first. We see the restaurant first and the ratings of that restaurant before ordering the food. With the emergence of the digital era, this second part, this is the engagement, is a very, very integral part. Awareness has always been there. It will be there. It is a large part of our marketeers to have that awareness to our brands. But what is equally important today is the engagement. And engaging with your consumers directly and transparently, that is very, very important. I would like to present to you a case study on Pulse, that how influencers were an integral part of the success of the brand Pulse. We at DS Group, we have a diversified conglomerate with interests in many business areas. We have a legacy of 9 decades. And our core competence lies in understanding the Indian flavors and fragrances. For the last 9 decades, we are understanding consumer taste and preferences. Brand influencers have been very integral part, as I mentioned today, but they were equally important in the earlier era. But what has changed? The change that has happened is that in the earlier times, the brand, when it was the time taken for the brand to get successful was much more than what it is having today, because of the influence of digital era, digital age, and because we can communicate to our consumers now and a large base of consumers to get in one go. So I talked about Pulse. We have a video here, and this is how Pulse was, when we launched Pulse, this is how we got the response for Pulse.
कनेक्शन भी ना कमाल की चीज़ है, बस हो गया तो हो गया, मत पूछो कैसे।
मैं तुझको कितना चाहती हूँ ये तू कभी सोच ना सके।
अरे पल्स का टेस्ट लिया क्या? चटकारा लगाया क्या? खैर पता तो होगा ही ये मार्केट में कैसे छाई है, लेकिन भाई ये बताओ, क्या तुम्हें ये पता है कि ये कहाँ से आई है?
This was the starting of Pulse. People started talking about the brand Pulse, their experiences. And celebrities also became fans of our products. Some of the celebrity quotes about their experiences with Pulse.
So the last one is a candy. I've got it open here for you. Now you need to take your time with this one. The only heads up I'm going to give you is that the flavors keep changing.
So it's kind of savory.
Yeah. For everybody else, Pulse candy, you know what's coming up. This is available at every little pan or cigarette shop around the city. Everybody loves it.
Is that like asafoetida in there?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Little bit of that.
So got sour, got sweet, got that sulphurous asafoetida. Can't speak. Is that all that sugar? Asafoetida. So is that cumin?
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
not cinnamon? It's cumin.
Cumin, yeah.
I quite like that.
You like that, right?
Most of you would know he is the Michelin star chef, one of the world's best chefs. He was recommending Pulse. That's the power of influence. And since we had a lot of fans, and these fans were our advocates, they started recommending their product in their social circles, to their peers, to their friends and family. This was majorly happening online, but things were also offline. Our retailers, trade partners, everybody was an influencer for Pulse. So we have talked about the influencers. There's also a side to the influencers is success. When a brand is successful, there's a lot of counterfeits that come. And with Pulse, we had faced the same phase. We had a lot of counterfeits, more than 50 counterfeits available. And some of them looked exactly like Pulse, just slight intervention in the name. And the problem that happened was that a lot of consumers, by mistake, had the counterfeit product. And they had a bad experience. And then when they had a bad experience, they started to write about it on the social handles. It's very simple now. And the interesting thing here to note is that in the social space, we had a huge amount of influencers which had already faced this problem. They came out first, before we came out to the public at large. They came out first and educated those people. That is the power of influence. Media, a very big influence again. Please have a look.
It's a 6,000 crore market. I'm talking about sweet candy. And a third of that is owned by hard-boiled candy, which is approximately 2,100 crores. The DS Group's Pulse has achieved a sales of 100 crores in 8 months. Take a look.
So you're talking, for example, about dub smashes that your fans have made. That essentially is social media, and social media is playing a very crucial role when a lot of brands are concerned.
There was a time when Pulse was sold at a premium of 50% to its MRP, but I'm not going to take any chances with Pulse. I'm taking the entire jar back home.
Well, they can't keep pace with the demand. Production
Have you tried that yet?
I haven't tried it, but I know everybody in our Bombay office is addicted to Pulse candy.
I think most of the offices would have had this scene. And it is very important to have a great product for all of this to happen. With this, we also had a large amount of impressions in the social media space. We are still influencing the masses, but slightly differently. Please have a look.
You, Karan, have Pulse and live good life. एकदम अच्छा खट्टा भी है बीच में खट्टी चीजें पसंद है मैं
सही है प्राण जाए पर पल्स ना जाए
सब खोल के खा के देखो मस्त होता है मेरे को तो जमता ही नहीं है इसके लिए
तेरी
पल्स कैंडी पल्स नहीं खाया ना तो कुछ नहीं खाया ऐसे
चटपटी आपकी जैसा
में थोड़ा खट्टा आता है लास्ट को
ओके
बट इट कीप्स यू ऑन
या
पल्स है ना चालू रहना पल्स कैंडी
चॉकलेट
जीरो नाम क्या रखा मालूम है ना उसका पल्स जीरो
पल्स जीरो लवली
नो शुगर एंड नो सॉल्ट दिस इज फर्स्ट टाइम इन ऑल दिस
वेरी नाइस
चटपटा वही सॉल्ट और शुगर नहीं कैसा लगा
वो भी लग रहा है
हाँ चटपटा है ना आपकी फिल्म की तरह मेरे पास है पल्स जीरो जीरो फिल्म का नाम है ना, वैसा ही पल्स जीरो है। अब मैं वो खाने वाला हूँ। पूछो क्यों?
क्यों?
क्योंकि चटकारा वही, सॉल्ट शुगर नहीं।
राइट आंसर।
मैं हूँ वेजिटेरियन, ना खाता मैं मांस। Pulse candy is the best, brought to you by Pass.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है।
So with the emergence of the digital space, we are not limited to only one endorser. We have multiple endorsers, and you've seen that. We are among the top 5 confectionery companies in India today. We are the #1 hard-boiled candy for the last 3 consecutive years. And all of this was possible because I think influencers play a major role in the success story of a brand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, but I'll request you to please join us back on stage. May I request Ms. Nupur Sood, VP Ad Sales, Wycom 18, to please join us on stage to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Surana. I'm sure the applause can be louder, my friends. Thank you. Thank you so much. Before we move forward, I would once again like to acknowledge our partners. This edition of Pitch CMO Summit Delhi is presented by MX Player Everytainment, co-powered by The Hindu, Colors, Emotion AI partner, Sensei, your essential partner for mystery over consumer senses, live webcast partner, Dreamcast, and may I request you all to kindly glue your eyes onto the AV screen for the partners AV, please.
कहाँ से आती है अपराध करने की शक्ति?
Don't vote. Don't vote for party. Don't vote for caste. Don't vote for religion. Vote for what really matters.
लोग कहते हैं कि नदियां बहती हैं। मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था नदियों के रूप में प्लास्टिक बह रही है।
हर शहर बसा था एक वाटर बॉडी के पास क्योंकि पानी की खास जरूरत थी। ये नहीं होगा ना, तब हम संतुलन खो बैठेंगे।
वैसे ही रहना।
When I first made art and it went viral, I was 17 years old. And I was faced with the violence of online bullying, threats, my work being taken down, my work being mocked.
You are free to dislike me. That's okay. But when it becomes brutal, then you're promoting a culture of intolerance.
ये घुट-घुट कर जीना बहुत हुआ, हरदम बंद कर लेना बहुत हुआ।
Citizens left fighting महंगाई again.
फ्लावर बिक रही है 60 रुपए 80 रुपए किलो.
Cylinder across the country has gone up 289 rupees.
उम्र के दिन तो कम होते जाएं, बढ़ती जाए महंगाई.
If I've gone out for drinks, the only thing that I expect is a hangover and not to wake raped.
कहाँ से आती है इतना गंदा जघन्य अपराध करने की शक्ति? छोटी सी कन्हई परी कश्मीर में लिख के क्या आई थी वो तकदीर में?
4 voices, 4 episodes.
कोई मुझे बोले कि ये मुद्दा क्यों उठाया, कोई बोले तुमने ये मुद्दा अच्छा उठाया, तो I'll be happy.
Vote to raise your voice. Express yourself. Streaming free on MX Player.
जज्बात वही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले आने जा जुड़े आने जा खुले आने जा जुड़े आने जा उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहां जुड़े यहाँ नए जहां
Truth can prevail with your votes. Corruption can end with your votes. Women can be made to feel safe with your vote. It's not
कहाँ से आती है?
Before we proceed further, can we have a huge round of applause for our partners? Thank you. We now move on to our next speaker, Mr. Kuldeep Chaudhary, CEO at Home, who is sharing his thoughts on the topic, bridging the gap between online and offline initiatives. I would request you all to kindly put your hands together and welcome him on stage, please. Thank you.
Hey. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I am the CEO and founder of Adam. So Adam is basically a company, is an AI-based company who is putting efforts in closing the gap between your online efforts and how you give a personalization on your offline stores or where you interact with your customers. So I guess most of you are aware of your customer acquisition process. Many of your brand custodians are already putting a lot of efforts in acquiring customers through digital advertising, paid ads, programmatic, connecting, generating leads, giving them to the CRM team, then retaining your customers, and also how to basically get more sales from the same customer again and again. So AI is a very hyped topic now these days, and I'm sure they're going to stay. So most of the times, there are difference between high performance marketeers and low performance marketeers. The difference lies between who adopt the technology first. So there's been surveys done across the globe, and which shows that high performance teams basically are likely to adapt technology faster and quicker than a low performance marketing teams, which can be up to 10 times. Okay, so I guess a lot of you guys know maybe doing online lead generations for your brands, and if the leads are generated, how they're going to tackle it, how the sales team is going to tackle it. If the leads are coming, the experience you're creating digitally, how can you take that to an offline experience as well? That also includes stores, your experience centers, your hotels, your say showrooms. So you are generating online leads through campaigns. So there is an AI method basically which optimize your campaign. So in the starting of this session, we have heard that every marketer has a problem where they do not know which are the right platform they should advertise on, right? Now with the use of AI and ML, and I always say this, marketing and advertising is not more by gut, it's more maths and science, right? Which creative will work online. It doesn't matter how good you are in terms of guessing it, but it's rather a number that speaks itself, right? So you know it beforehand if this creative will work for me or not. What kind of an audience will see my, say, online effort on which platform? So you will never know before you will put it on the test. So there is an AI method which knows, so you're already collecting a lot of data online, which is like another in terms of numbers, and you are basically feeding into the ML, which decides itself which ads need to be shown to the which people online. Then this leads, when you generate leads online, you pass on this to the CRM system, and the CRM system basically, you have a manual team which basically verifies your quality of the leads you generate. This effort should go automatically into your CRM system, and then you find out right customers who will approach you to your stores. You invite them to your experience centers, to your showrooms, maybe to your car showrooms as well. So think about this process. If you're generating leads online, a lot of your customers are already doing a lot of research about you online. They know when were you launched, what were the shortcomings of this product, how many showrooms you have. They know about the brand much more than you know about the customers. Think about that if your sales team have another power. They know each and every walk-in customers, more information about your customers rather than just talking to any random visitor in your store. You can give personalized attention to each and every customer who are visiting or who have filled an online inquiry form, and you can pass on the same experience to that guy. And how is that possible? This is possible if somebody is filling online inquiry onto your website, you basically, so you collect most of the public available data for that lead. That also includes social media profiles, pictures, where they work, things like this. And what they were choosing on, what they are selecting on your website, where they're clicking, what is the choice of preference, what they're buying on your website. When they come to your store, you give them a personalized services, right? Like identifying VIP customers, right? Giving them specific discounts, right? When they approach you, you give them specific discounts. Okay. I think it's done. Okay. Can somebody, yeah, thanks. Okay. Okay, so now think about this thing. So if you can collect this information about your customers, and if there's the technology, you can upload it to some cameras present in your stores, which is more like AI-enabled cameras. Think about this, somebody filling an online lead, right? And that guy comes to your stores. He doesn't need to tell a whole story, what kind of product he's interested in, what kind of, discussions he had with your CRM team, and why he's invited. For example, a guy walks in, it's a random example, walks to a car showroom, say suppose Skoda, and he's interested in Superb. So he's interested in a Superb car. He should not come and tell every time that he has filled online inquiry form, he's called or to the showroom to show the car, and he did not need to tell him every time who that person is, what his interests are, and should not be keep on waiting. Think about this, if that person is treated like a VIP at the Skoda showroom in a specific lounge area, right? So there are multiple methods you can track your online initiative and tracking it to the offline, but there is no solid example for this. Think about this, what kind of people pick, say somebody coming to your store, you can give them a particular kind of specific service. When they come up, you can personally greet them, give them a specific shopping assistance. They can pick their, what products they like. There are a lot of brands who are basically want to know more about their customers, giving them more personalized services, right? Say they also want to know what kind of random people who just appear at the store, right? What kind of products they pick. Can they show them that specific ads to those people online as well, right? The product they have not bought offline, can they also track to them online? Okay, great. So this is how Adam is working in terms of utilizing multiple technologies, and there are multiple methods. There are hardly no methods actually available without the use of AI if we can track who is coming, what kind of leads we are generating online, and how we are tracking that leads to the offline stores. So building that gap bridging that gap between online to offline is really, really impossible these days. But use of AI and ML, using artificial intelligence like video analytics, know more about your audience well before they enter your store is the thing that what next is coming into marketing, right? Just optimizing your Google, Facebook, or Instagram does not help anymore. You need conversion. Business needs food on the plate. That what I mean is like businesses need revenue. They does not want to spend extra budgets or funds on the marketing side. They need also to know more about the customers. So just putting money in marketing does not help these days. Even to know about your customers, giving personalized services, showing them personalized ads, basically help you bridge the gap between online and offline, helps you reduce the cost on your marketing budgets big time, right? We are talking about 30% reduction in your marketing wastages as well. And also giving personalized service. I was talking to a person, and they told me they wanted to buy a property, and they filled an online inquiry form, and they went and visited the property site, and they were interested in buying a premium property. The irony is they went there, and they have to explain the whole story again, and she has to wait like 10, 15 minutes, and she was getting late, and nobody was basically able to connect her to the right person. What if that lady arrives at the center, and we know that who that lady is, we can recognize that just at the entrance of that the location, and give her a personalized service or a welcome or a bouquet, and the right person approaches the person immediately. So this is how we will be able to use AI in terms of bridging the gap between online to offline marketing. Yeah, this is it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was nice presenting here today.
Thank you very much, sir, but I'll request you to please join us back on stage. May I request Mr. David Payne, Global Head of Strategy and Operations, Media Keys, to please join us on stage to hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Chaudhary. Just the applause are missing, my friends. Come on, can we have a huge round of applause for him, please? Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. My friends, as we proceed further, as I mentioned at the very beginning, that keep tweeting and we shall be giving away a lot of exciting prizes. So we start with our first winner, who is Sukrit Ghosh, @Sukrit Ghosh. Is he right here with us? Oh yes, he's been tweeting and we have been reading, and you're our very first winner. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please? So this is the beginning for all of you, my friends, who have yet not started. Please join us. Congratulations. Applause, guys, come on. Thank you. Thank you so much. So this is just the beginning, my friends. Yet more prizes to give away. So all you need to do is just tweet on #PitchCMO. And apart from that, once again, I would just like to share for those who've joined us late that your favorite advertising and marketing industry platform, Exchange for Media, is now on WhatsApp. So you can save our number, which is 491579 2457 498, and message START. And last but not the least, as I mentioned earlier, that we have a very interesting quiz which is going on. So participate in The Hindu, We Know South India, the best quiz, and win exciting prizes. Quiz forms are available at the registration counter and at the Hindu stall as well. And we shall be announcing the winners shortly for that as well. I think we are all set for the panel discussion. So taking it forward now. Now it's time for our panel discussion, and the robust panelists will be exploring content marketing, where business, diversity, and storytelling collide. I would like to call on stage the session chair, Ramit Arora, COO and Head of Digital Brands, HT Digital Stream, on stage. Would also like to request a panelist to please join us on stage. Anika Agarwal, Senior Vice President and Head Marketing, Digital and Direct Sales, Max Bhopal Health Insurance. Moksha Chopra, Chief Marketing Officer, KFC India. Ratika Bhargava, Sales and Marketing Head, Kama Ayurveda. Pradeep Gairola, Business Head, Digital Media, The Hindu Group, to please join us on stage. And before we proceed, and the applause, my friend, that just keeps on going as. All right, over to you, Mr. Arora.
Does this mic work? Okay, we're missing one person. That's Ratika. Hi. That's my notes. Very important. Okay, so on behalf of the panel, first, thank you for having us here. I know this is the first panel of the day, so there's the onerous responsibility of keeping everybody engaged. Quickly jumping to the topic, content and content marketing. We met a little while ago, and a large part of our conversation started with content is what we do every day as consumers. Each one of us is consuming copious amounts of content about our lives, our friends' lives, the world, and brands. And you flip it over to where the brand's gazing at the customer, that's us, and you know, a large part of the brand's life is now spent in creating, managing, and disseminating content that's either been created by them or created for them. And in the age of the internet, the possibilities and the ways in which content can be created are just so many that there's very few excuses to either not inform or educate or entertain or engage. In that light, we'll start very quickly, and I'm going to start with you, Anika. Is content marketing actually a thing anymore? Because isn't marketing content? So, you know, we've always thought of content marketing as a discipline in marketing, but that's really now passé.
Sure. So I think today you have a Google search bar because you have so much content to browse. And when we look at content, I think content is a commitment. It's not really a campaign, and it's a core part of any brand strategy today. We've been creating content for a lot of time, but I think what's happened and what's changed in today's world is that you know, content now has a history. So, you know, if you're there out there on the net, it's there forever. So I think there's a little more responsibility towards the content you create. The question of discoverability, of saying, you know, you used to create a lot of content as a brand, but then you had to spend an equal amount or more money in disseminating that content. But today you have options of discoverability. So content becomes core. So I think what's important is that content is actually the core of brand strategy. It's not a specific vertical or function, so I think it's actually the largest responsibility of the CMO today, because when you talk about the brand purpose and the brand voice, that's actually you know, signed off from, you know, whatever content is out there on you. So that's what I think, you know, that's the role of content in that sense.
Pradeep, content marketing is not new. All our lives we've done content marketing, even when we were doing direct mailers 20 years ago and posting them to people with stamps on the envelope. It is content marketing. Yeah. So what's changed?
So see, I can provide a brand solution provider's perspective, right? So see, in 1995 was when first time I actually delved into content marketing. And this was the time when National Readership Survey, which was the predecessor of Indian Readership Survey, was released. And one of the newspaper brands did really well, but that was not reflected in the way they attracted advertising from clients and agencies. So we provided a solution, a content marketing, a large format, full page advertising, or not, sorry, content, which basically analyzed the National Readership Survey finding for the brand, how it works, and so on and so forth. Few weeks later, a client called us very happy because the ROI was very high, and ROI was what? Some people called him, his sales force was happy, some agency guy said good thing, and life was simple. Fast forward 2018, a nutritional brand or a supplement brand wants to aim children, and there's a lot of things these days about natural products, right? So, and there's a lot of natural superfoods and all that, and they want to associate, and that's what they asked us a solution. We provide a 3-month, we say that, okay, 3-month activity, 15 odd articles, there is a video, there are various social media posts, now this content is suddenly you see the dimension has changed. It is no longer a uni-dimension newspaper content kind of a format. So there is so many formats suddenly jump into it. But it doesn't, after that, but the client is also very smart because he says that, okay, we tell him that, see, first month, let's not even talk about your brand, and he's perfectly fine. So in first month, we released a lot of articles where we talk about that how these various foods available in the nature are so useful, so on and so forth. 1 month down the line, the brand is introduced, right? But before even all this activity started, the ROI is established in terms of that you will deliver us 2 million users who will minimum spend 2 minutes on the content, seeing the content. 80% of them are women, okay? So if you see these dimensions, they are dramatically changed, and another part is storytelling. So like in the 1995 world, there was you just communicated. Now you are interacting. Even though when experts write the blogs, they have to answer to the people. There are various stories. Mothers are sharing stories. So there is a lot of story element which builds into it. So the content market, in my opinion, has evolved a lot from a one unidimensional, lot of faith-based things that, okay, we all believe this will work, let's release one full page ad in a business paper and so on and so forth, to now actual deliverables, that measurable deliverables, and if you don't deliver, there is a penalty or a reward. So this is, I think, a lot of thing has changed in the last 2 decades. This is what my perspective would be about.
I'm just going to stick with measurement for 1 minute, and I'm going to ask a couple of you about measurement because that's a large part of content, right? We tend to think of content as soft, as creativity, but there's 2 other pieces to it. One is the science, and the other is the measurement. I'm going to start with measurement, and then we'll talk about a little more about the science and where creative and science sort of meet. Anika, you come from a category which is hard-nosed numbers. Like, I know what those numbers look like at the end of every day. And yet, the brand relies more and more and more on content. How do you marry measurement with the creativity of content marketing? And is it even measurable?
Of course, why not? Because if you look at the category, yes, we are, financial services as a category is very measurement and number driven. But if you look at the way any brand would be built today, there'll be 2 aspects. So there's, of course, the storytelling aspect of it, which is weaved in. But when you look at the science and you look at the measurement, when you define your consumer personas, and that's traditional marketing science, it's nothing new, right? When you define your consumer personas and you say that this is the guy I wish to speak to, and then you create engaging content. Yes, we measure it, and we measure it, across the customer journey. So there's a large part around attracting new customers. And when you attract new customers to a category like insurance, where there's so much mistrust, there's a large part around measurement, but there's also a large part around storytelling. And when we talk about the content ecosystem, we do a lot of, the question is good content, scaled up content, how much content can you today create? Because you talk about personalization, when we generate our leads, you say, I'm going to talk to Ramnik differently, I'm going to talk to Moksh differently, and maybe my content resonates because I've created the right persona, but that's also expensive, right? So I think there is measurability, because right from the journey when you say that, I'm going to attract, how do you really create content that is, from an ROI perspective, it stacks up? So we've used a lot of things, we've used a lot of ecosystem and partnerships and collaboration. See, unlike, some of you, we're not really content hubs as brands. We do it as a brand. So, you collaborate with the right set of people. Of course, having your right checks and balances and authenticity in mind. But I think collaboration and creating an ecosystem for getting the right content for your consumers is a big driver for us when we say that we want ROI-driven or acquisition-led content. When we look at our customers, we sell a promise in insurance. So when you sell a promise to customers in insurance, there's a customer who's paying you for 10 years and probably not getting anything back. So for us, across the customer journey, how do you really engage with this guy for 10 years? And how do you ensure that you create value and a conversation and an affinity to the brand is actually the real ROI for us as well. So yeah, while it may seem all numbers driven and ROI and, aaj ye content dala, so what's the cost per lead and how many leads did I get today? But there's also the long tail of it, which is why we invest a lot in technology as well when we talk about content and content strategy, of saying, how do you measure? How do you ensure that your content is omni-channel and you're putting it at the right places? How do you ensure you deliver content through the right mediums? So, if I'm talking to my customer through various channels, what's the right one for you and what's the right one for him? So we deploy all those tools when we talk about our content strategy and pieces so that we get some ROI out of it. So ROI is just not cost per lead in that sense for the category.
Okay, so I have two questions coming out of there. Omni-channel is what I'm going to pick on, but good points on tracking customer journeys and the use of technology. Ratika, there is the offline world, there is the online world, there is so much on the online world. There are different audiences doing different things and in different mindsets through the day, and all of them may be customers. How much content can somebody create, and how do you manage the complexity of omni-channel in a world where, Anika said the word personalization twice, but everybody is expecting to get what they want, the content that they want when they want it.
So first of all, good evening, everyone. I hope all of you are marketeers, otherwise this would be a very boring session for you. But so I work with a company called Kama Ayurveda, and in a unique position, I look after sales and marketing. So in fact, when we were discussing before this session, we said, let's put in a little bit about omni-channel over here. And to the question asked, content is not omni-channel, customer is. It's the customer that is going across the channels and participating in your brand and not your content. We are just tailor-making the content to the channel where the customer is participating. And for a company like ours, which is a luxury brand, we have adopted certain channels and bucketed them as per our targets or KPIs. So there are 2 or 3 buckets that drive our sales, and there are 2 or 3 buckets that drive our brand and our engagement. So for example, Facebook is used for engagement, conversions. Instagram is used for content, storytelling, brand messaging. Then in-store is used for direct customer interaction, engagement, and again, product sales. And that's really how we have adopted the omni-channel into content and content into omni-channel strategy. It's not easy, and I'll give you a small example. We have products that are Ayurvedic, authentic, and some of them appeal to people as young as like 16, 17-year-olds who have acne on their skin. Some of the products appeal to somebody who wants to maintain their skin, maybe 35, 40 years old, anti-aging. Now imagine you have that one Instagram, and on top of that you have a sales target for the month. On top of that you have a holy festival. On top of that you have elections. Then you have summer weather. Then you have the need of the brand to start telling the story about a new product that they're going to launch. And that's when a marketer suddenly figures out that I'm omni-channel. I have lots of content to put out. I have lots of customer audiences to talk to. What do I choose? In a nutshell, decide which content bucket is giving you what return for which customer segment and go with that. So if your stores are going to give you the sales, which they are, online or offline stores, tailor-make the content for that. If your Instagram is about storytelling and about building the brand experience, go with that. To your last question, then you don't expect an ROI on that, right? Then you just expect customer engagement, and maybe at some point in time you might have a conversion, but that doesn't become the KPI. So I guess in today's world, I'll just sum it up. Omni-channel is something we all talk about, but we all are, we ourselves are customers. We are omni-channel ourselves. So just tailor-make your content to your customer audience and where they are participating.
I'm going to take a track back from what you said. Everything's not about return on investment in terms of cash. Moksh, is there a bunch of metrics that you've evolved that measures engagement, cash ROI, depending on where you are or who you're talking to? Have you been able to evolve metric for content marketing?
I would actually echo Ratika on that. I think, I think there are 3 streams of content that we create as a brand. I would say, the first stream of content is the brand as a publisher. That's one whole stream of content that comes out. The second stream would be the experts as publishers of content. So experts would mean bloggers, critics, reviewers, and they are themselves creating content for the brand. The third stream, I would say, would be consumers as publishers and content creators. So from our perspective, there are 3 brackets of content that come out from a brand perspective. And I feel from our learning curve, each of them work for different kind of objectives, and each of them have a different measurement metric. Let me start with, say, a brand as a publisher, right? So the most expected thing from us is to share information about the new products we've launched, the new offers that have come out, and we advertise it. I wouldn't count that as content. That doesn't count as brand as publisher. I think basically, to me, content is where consumers are actively seeking you out, engaging with you more actively, and that really qualifies as content marketing. So if I leave advertising out, what kind of content does a brand like us come up with? So I'll give you an example. Some time ago, we launched a product called, it's a meal box that we launched. The pre-launch component of the meal box was basically an Omni-channel multiplayer game that we created. And it was kind of launched 5 days before the launch, the game itself. And we got lakhs of consumers to come on and try and crack the code to unlock this thing called the mystery box. So when we had these 5 days of engagement with consumers, I would consider that to be an example of content marketing, where people came on the website, they interacted with the game, tried to crack a code, win something. And interestingly, when they won, they got a VIP access to come to the restaurant and access that box 1 day before its launch. And our measure for that kind of content was how many people actually turned up. And we found that almost, I can't exactly share the number, but about 4% of our sales revenue got met on that one single day before the launch. Because what we were doing is, rather than having a pre-launch teaser campaign or having a coming soon campaign or just an advertisement, we created this game where people had to unlock the mystery box. And that gave us revenue that we could actually measure even before the product got launched. So in this example, we actually could define sales itself to measure how this content marketing has worked. But there would be other streams of content, right? Everything isn't about launching new products or offers. So there are often disruptive things we do. Like, so for example, last year we launched something called a KFO, which is a Kentucky Flying Object. It basically means we got people were delivered a box at home that kind of could be reassembled into a drone. And it also, of course, had food in it when the box got delivered. Now, in this kind of content, I think what happens is the news itself is highly disruptive. Or a product like Chizza, for example. The news is highly disruptive. We don't really have to create content there. What we do is we give out the information, the key selling points or the key attributes of the concept that are interesting. And then it has to be handed over and let loose to the native content creators, the platform, the scoop whoops of the world, or other examples that we had used last time. So I would say, like, when we use content marketing and let it out to platforms to create, even bloggers, for example, we have to let go in terms of the style of content that is created. All we have to tell them is, hey guys, something really wacky and interesting coming from a brand perspective. Are you interested? And what we find is our metric there that reflects whether something has actually become successful or not is actually earned media. And we're able to actually track earned media and determine, we find that when things are actually fundamentally interesting for the consumer beyond advertising, earned media kind of flies through the roof. We don't really have to spend much money on it. Everyone's interested, people are sharing it, and we really find ROI actually there becomes, it's going to be exponential. So the measurement of ROI is irrelevant actually. So that's the other interesting thing. What we also can do on the second series of initiatives is that we find that when we do some of these disruptive initiatives like a KFO or a Chizza launch and earned impressions go up, we also see that for that particular quarter, you find an increase in, for example, metrics like top of mind. And we also have found a correlation between top of mind and sales revenue itself. So it's an derived metric, but you can actually draw correlations very comfortably from any of the content marketing streams you do, which are big enough to have an impact on earned media. And you can see whether it's made a mark or not. Even consumers actually recall some of these initiatives back to you on a post-brand track. But you must measure that because everything must either drive perception or behavior. If it doesn't drive either of the two, then it's actually a failed initiative. So one of the two has to be tracked for everything. The third one that I'll talk about is consumers as publishers. For example, that's really great fun because you give consumers something to work with. You give them a template. Like we recently told consumers, hey, how many different ways can you say finger licking good? And they come up with wacky, cool content in terms of how they can say it, and we give them a template to work out of. And what we find is engagement rates is a good metric to work on these kind of campaigns. So we find engagement rates to north of 20 to 25% happening on these kind of campaigns, whereas you just take a typical post or an offer, it'll be 1 or 2%. So here you would certainly check for aspects like engagement rate, and that itself is a good check of ROI because there's nothing you're really selling. All you're doing is getting the consumer not to buy your brand, but buy into your brand. And if you can check that with engagement rate, that kind of works beautifully. So.
See, on ROI, one more thing, which I feel is if you can make a really interesting content. So one of the examples which I love is this blend tech, right? Very boring industrial category. You go to his YouTube page, 9 lakh followers. So when the first iPad comes, he has one simple line, can it blend it? And then he puts that entire iPad into his blender and just converts into a dust and generates 18 million views on one video. Now, if you look at a ROI on this kind of a thing, let's say that a person was buying one video view on YouTube at 1 rupee. So for a 160,000 rupees worth of iPad, his return is 18 million rupees already happened just on this, and the sales are all additional. So an interesting content can actually create a way more ROI, but emotion is something where it starts and rational gets delivered. So this link between emotion and rational thing is something which is a very large challenge a marketer needs to solve.
So we don't always create our own content. There is earned media, but there are so many successful case studies of user-generated content as earned media. Lego's created a whole franchise out of people who create out of Lego and are on YouTube. But that can go wrong as well. Anika, I know there's a lot of misinformation in your category, and people create all kinds of content. And there is the flip side to earned media, which is the wrong type of earned media. What's the strategy to fight that content or misinformation? Is content the antidote to bad content?
So yes, actually in all categories today, as he said, the consumer is the publisher. So you will have it across. And one comment, one content piece can actually wipe off the entire earned media that the brand has. So I think a couple of things. One, tracking it real time as much as you can across assets, responding real time to them. In our category specifically, we cannot use technology to do that. We use people to do that. And because word of mouth is such a big deal, you also have a lot of advocates around. But in category like ours, they're difficult to find. So somewhere we also nudge and nurture those and actually get user content and micro-influencer content out. So that helps.
Okay. We've got 5 minutes, so we are going to go into closing comments. Why don't you start and why don't we go backwards? Closing comments, what is it that you would like to leave everybody here with? The one thing you'd like to take out of your stable and give back to the community on content marketing?
I think I would just say that we've talked a lot about what we do as brands to manage content. Just one thing that if we all talk about purpose-led marketing, and as marketers, that's in our brand strategy all the time. Content gives you a large play around that, and if everything is linked to that one purpose and everything ties back together, then that's the real sort of impact on top of your funnel. Otherwise, it's just engagement, it's just cost per lead. So I think that becomes very important. And on a lighter note, I think brands as publishers over the years will only go down. So I read somewhere, a quote from one of the guys at Marriott who manages content marketing, who said that, content marketing is like a first date. If you talk too much about yourself, there's never a second date. So I guess we should also let, just let it be sometimes and just be on the sidelines and manage. So yeah.
Okay, very quickly, just one word, credentialing. Whatever content we put out there and you'll put out there, just make sure that it goes back to the brand's authenticity. And whatever the content is, if it comes back to the brand's authenticity and the brand umbrella, you've credentialed your brand and your content will speak 1,000 words. So.
And content has longevity now, so it stays
And
forever.
yeah, we'll create longevity, long after we are gone.
I think whatever we are seeing in content marketing is just the starting point. Unlike newspaper, television, radio, internet was never created as a mass medium. It was a one-to-one medium. And while Cambridge Analytica influencing 87 million voters in US might be a wrong way of using the power of this one-to-one communication, but that's the future. The future is that it's going to change dramatically. Whatever we are saying today is not going to remain, so we all need to prepare for it. And ultimate power of the medium will be that one unique communication for each of the user. That is what a medium is capable to deliver.
So I think my view is that advertising and content both have roles. Consumers want information from brands as well. They just don't want to be entertained by brands. In fact, they've got enough other folks trying to entertain them who perhaps are a bit better than what brands can do in terms of content entertainment. So, the thing is to be realistic about what your role is and in the space of content, and do it to, again, Ratika's point, do it in a relevant way. You don't have to go out there and have an opinion on everything under the sun, because it's really not required. If it talks back to your brand story. So essentially, I would say content streams should be of two types. Either it talks about what you do as a brand, or it's done in a way which reflects how you say it, which is your brand story or brand personality. If both of those come alive through content, it's great to do. If it's not working out for that, just let it go. So that's the way I would summarize.
Be authentic, be relevant, invest in technology, don't be afraid to measure, and personalize. I mean, those are the 5 things that I picked up from you guys. I'm just sort of summarizing, and our time's over. So thank you very much. That was a very efficient discussion and lots of fantastic stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. But I'll request you to please stay with us for another moment. May I request Mr. Kuldeep Chaudhary, CEO at Home, to please join us on stage to hand over the token of appreciation to all our panelists and our session chair. Thank you. That was really nice. Without me saying for applause, and the applause were on. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can we have a group picture, please? A group picture. Thank you, gentlemen. We are about to play a short AV. So I request everyone to kindly glue your eyes onto the AV screen, please.
बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही। खुले या नहीं जहां, जुड़े या नहीं जहां, खुले या नहीं जहां, जुड़े या नहीं जहां। उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहां।
May I request everyone to kindly settle down, please? We are waiting for everyone to join us so that we can take this summit further and gain more knowledge. I request everyone to please join us back. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly settle down? All right, my friends, welcome back again. May I request you all to please join us. Please take your seats and kindly put your phones on silent mode. Don't forget to tweet us, and you know where to tweet #PitchCMO. You might be winning certain prizes. We've already given away one. Now it's time for another one. Before we proceed further, there are a few announcements that I would like to make, which are the first announcement being that about the upcoming event, which is going to take place very soon on the 27th and the 28th of June, is the third Exchange for Media is coming up with the third edition of Tech Munch and the 10th edition of Indian Digital Media Awards 2019 on 27th and 28th June in Mumbai at Tajlands End, Mumbai. Don't miss the chance to attend Tech Munch conference. You will get to hear experts from the digital media industry, and if you have done digital media campaigns in the previous year, then you should definitely send in your nominations and participate in the event itself. Visit us at e4mevents.com/IDMA 2019. And the second, another great event which I would like to mention here is the Music Inc., which is scheduled on the World Music Day, which is the 21st and the 22nd, 2019 at JW Marriott, Juhu, Mumbai. Theme for 2019 is Music at the Intersections. Witness the top entrepreneurs, CEOs, marketeers, advertisers, tech experts, geeks, social activities, brand custodians, designers, curators, entertainers, artists, and many more discussing the new frontiers of the Indian and the global music economy. And now as we proceed, once again, I would like to mention and thank our partners, This edition of Pitch CMO Summit Delhi is presented by MX Player, Everytainment, co-powered by The Hindu, Colors, Emotion AI partner, Sensei, your essential partner for mystery over consumer senses, live webcast partner, Dreamcast, and may I once again request you all to kindly glue your eyes onto the AV screen for the partners AV, please.
तो आ गया है एक ऐसा ड्रामा जिसे देखने के लिए ऑडियंस से पैसे नहीं लिए जाते, दिए जाते हैं। यहाँ दिन रात डायलॉग्स रटे जाते हैं।
जोर जोर से सहेंगे औरत पर जुल्म।
सपोर्टिंग कास्ट लीड रोल से बड़ी होती है और कॉस्ट्यूम के साथ साथ कैरेक्टर भी बदल जाता है। यहाँ कास्ट डिसाइड करने में कास्ट का बड़ा रोल होता है। गालियां, टमाटर या थप्पड़ कुछ भी पड़े, द शो मस्ट गो ऑन। तो शुरू हो चुकी है दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी नौटंकी, जिसे देखने के कई नजरिए हैं। तो देखो अपने मन की दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी नौटंकी 2019 का इलेक्शन on MX Player.
It was loud. Very, very loud. It was cool, like #level cool. The Hindu group's brand events were big, bigger than big, and even bigger than that. Theatre lovers were unanimous in their verdict. The Hindu Theatre Fest was a tragedy, and a comedy, a musical, a drama, and just plain history in the making. Then came November, and with it, Saregama Padhanisa. Music was in the air, and the Hindu November Fest on everyone's mind. It was the biggest musical bash South India had seen. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! We kicked off the year with a literary bang. The Hindu Lit for Life opened its doors. Authors, books and book lovers took center stage. The bookworms certainly were not disappointed. We then ended the season with the greatest and smartest minds we knew. 3 days, 40 powerhouses. The Hindu groups, The Huddle, engaged in conversations for change as the world watched on. Theatre Fest, November Fest, Lit for Life, The Huddle. 4 mega events, a combined mega success. Last season was awesome. This season is going to be epic. The Hindu group's brand events.
To officially welcome all of you to MTV Presents Music Inc.
I had started this 2 years back because all the television channels and radio channels were not keen about it. So I got them stars.
This is a wonderful event and it's a really good opportunity for musicians who are beyond, who want to explore beyond creative aspects.
And then they asked us to, they asked me to be the model and the singer, but then immediately there was a connect with the brand and the music.
As the music culture grows, as the music culture becomes loudest, it gets mainstream as part of our lives, technology bringing music into every part of our life, brands using music more. We believe that we at Exchange for Media could create a music community that brings brand owners in the music ecosystem together. And we built this community of bringing every stakeholders in the music ecosystem face to face with brand owners. So we bring brands. We have leading brand owners. You've seen the presentations on how brands are using music to create engagement with audiences.
I think that we need more events like this for sure. It's a great way to meet people you haven't met in a while, to connect and to just feel the pulse of what's going on.
Okay, so let's go back to the turn of the century, when planning for a trip was actually a cumbersome process. We had to really think too much when we had to plan any trips outside during summer vacations. But now, I think the era has changed. Now everything can be done with just a click of a button. And our next speaker has played an instrumental role in consolidating Make My Trip's market leadership position in India's online travel industry. And as we are at the Marketing Summit, who doesn't love their campaigns and their use of their brand ambassadors Alia Bhatt and Ranveer Singh? Please put your hands together to welcome on stage our keynote speaker, Mr. Rajesh Magu, co-founder and CEO India at Make My Trip Limited.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible at the back? Thank you. I know this session is after the break. So, if it is a lunch break, normally people say that, it's not a great idea because people will fall perhaps asleep. So I'm hoping that this break, you had a nice cup of tea and you're fresh. And I'm also hoping in the next 15, 20 minutes that I'll engage you enough to stay awake. When I was invited for this talk, I was given the topic, marketing is a combination of art and science. And I said, I was thinking about it and I said, okay, what should I talk about marketing, a combination of art and science to this audience, probably, experts in this field and would probably know more than me in this subject, right? So I said, let's think about something else. Let's think about, let me see, how my own experience, my trip, has evolved, and what are the kind of challenges, the opportunities, the evolution that we saw in the marketing space. And then the next 15, 20 minutes was something called disruption. Disruption in the conventional marketing wisdom. So, and I'll explain you what I mean by that. And disruption is kind of a buzzword, right? I mean, when you look at disruption, I'm sure you would have attended many conferences and all of that. Everyone has been talking about disruption, whether it's an e-commerce business, whether it was an internet was a massive disruption to, of a business model, and it has also evolved over the years, et cetera, as well. I can assure you, and I'm sure, as we go through this session, you would probably relate with this, that marketing as a function, marketing as, very important lever for the business has also evolved and actually in many ways got disrupted. So I thought it'll be interesting because it'll probably be talking about, our own experience and evolution, and it'll be like a storytelling kind of a thing which will be perhaps more interesting rather than just trying to, be very copybook about what do I mean by art and what do I mean by science in marketing. So that's how I thought. Let's hope, you find it interesting. So just to give you a little bit of a background. When we started way back in 2000, in fact, I just met someone who reminded me of our first office in Okla, phase 1, very modest office, C79, phase 1 there. It was about 19 years. So it's almost like 2 decades. And for the first 5 years, we did not take off as a model. And therefore, if I take my mind back and whatever were the marketing-related techniques that we used to use at that point in time, and what we use it today, there is a massive, massive evolution and massive, massive difference that I see. And with the topic, I will walk you through, some of those. But let me just start by saying what's happening today. So the first disruption that I see today, if you look around, you just, get up in the morning, everyone has got a smartphone here. Every alternative 5 minutes, you would get a push notification. And what does that push notification say? What does that say? It only talks about cashback offer. It only talks about discounts. It only talks about deals. It only talks about promotions. And a different kind of promotions and different kind of offers. If you try and link back with the business strategy and specifically on marketing side, you would realize this is the kind of stuff that you would see, that it's only discounts. And what does this mean? What are we trying to do out here when we are trying to look at business, look at marketing levers? Good old days, the conventional marketing techniques everyone knows. Everyone used to be focused on, how do we build the brand per se? Do we realize that, that kind of a conventional wisdom is kind of got lost somewhere? I certainly do. I think it has evolved into a massive, different modern techniques today, if I may call them. And I think in the first area that has, over the last about, I would say 5 years, if not 10 years, this phenomena of focusing on acquiring customers. At the end of the day, what do? When you build a brand, you're obviously trying to, at the end of the day, get customers to your platform, to your shop, to your business. That's what you do, right? At the end of the day. So it's obviously a customer acquisition, kind of strategy on your mind when you're trying to, go out and do an ATL tomorrow, go out and do any kind of an advertisement tomorrow. Historically, today, most of the businesses, just look around, and I know some of those numbers very, a little bit more in detail, of course, for our own business. But also, I had the opportunity to be associated with Flipkart for many years, so I have a lot of insights on that as well. And if I look around, and and what I see around, and I'm sure you see that, a lot of the focus today for all the marketing experts is today going into just transaction acquisition, if I may call it. And the focus is not necessarily, and I don't blame them because that's the business goal that is kind of defined for people, and what's the business goal? And we do it day in and day out at our brands as well. And the business goal is that, it starts with visitors and it ends with transactions. And somewhere, you would probably realize the focus has gone away from customers per se. Very few people, when you get into this discounts and then you go into, aggressive offers, and there are all kinds of offers. Look at all these brands, including, by the way, our own brand, whether it is a form of, a game, or it's an auction, or it's a billion day, or it is something else, or we have like an app fest, which we keep doing on Make My Trip, or if you really see, big brands even globally, Alibaba, and so you see most of the brands in China, by the way, have this strategy today. I don't think there is a lot of strategy that is behind to kind of build the brand. At the end of the day, they try to build the brand, at least in the e-commerce space, more through acquiring customers. And there's only one company from the West that I've seen, not many companies, by the way, from the West, that has actually got into, I very famously call, at least at our office, this drug, addicted to this particular drug called discounts. It's only Amazon. No other company, if you would see, from the Western world, they don't know how to play this game at all. It all started from China, it has come to India, whether it's a virus or thing. And that's how it used to be, looked at early days. Now, when it started picking it up, and when you started looking at this little bit more in detail, the models started evolving out of it. I kid you not, I give you two comparisons. When we built our air business back in the days 2006 to 2010, we built it on the back of completely conventional marketing. Conventional marketing as well as digital marketing, because digital marketing had just kind of started, and we'll talk about that as we go along. But largely it was, of course, you will give the price offers, etc., but what you would not do, that you would go negative unit economics. You would not do that, if I'm earning, let's say my margin is 10 rupees or 20 rupees, I would sell it for 25 rupees, which means I give all the margin away. I give 5 more rupees from my pocket to acquire the customer, or acquire rather the transaction per se. And then I will acquire it again and all. Because at the end of the day, all I'm trying to look at it is I'm chasing the growth, and what I'm going to just do is to keep pumping in money. Whichever channel is giving me immediate liquidity, I would just invest in there, get some traffic, give some more discount, convert, and then do the transaction. A lot of that is happening today. It wasn't happening in the past. When we started building our hotel business, fast forward, let's say 2012-13, it was very different. It actually changed from, at that point in time, 75% of our spend used to be marketing, but real marketing, the conventional form of marketing. Think about, offline media, think about TV, think about brand building, think about all of those. And now when I see a lot of the marketing has changed to digital marketing, a lot of it has actually changed to offers, discounts, various kind of promotions, etc., that we've been also doing. It has been a phenomenal change that has happened over the years. And I actually think that this nuance where you actually end up going unit economics negative is very, 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 very harmful for the business. Because the result of that is that it doesn't give you stickiness of the customer. It actually doesn't. You keep trying, and you will get the transactions, but you won't get the customers. Because customer is going to just keep looking for another shop where he's going to get better discount. So when you go back into your business and you look at, just make sure that you keep watching this very, very carefully. This trend is very, very dangerous in my mind. And sometimes you don't have a choice because the market dynamics are such that you will have to play that. But be careful, how do you want to do it? Don't lose sight of that, whether that customer is going to retain, whether that customer is going to come back again, and is there going to be some kind of a lifetime value of that customer or not. If you are able to build that model, then I think it might still make sense. Or if you are able to balance your strategy between the aggressive offers and promotions and all of that. It's not that it never used to happen even in the past, but we have just completely gone overboard with this, right? Because of the fact that everyone is kind of chasing transactions and chasing and losing sight of the customer retention completely, and not worry about long-term, worrying about immediate term, next month or next quarter or next 6 months and so on. So I think that is one of the very big change that we see in terms of numbers. If you like I was telling you, if you start seeing, it's a major portion of the total marketing kitty is actually going into this discounting, deep discounting, which I call as drug, and we should be careful about that. The second disruption, and this is not a new phenomena, but it is a very critical aspect of today marketing, because if you really see this graph, it'll tell you, how the digital marketing is growing and how the conventional ATL marketing is coming down. And there is one more aspect to this graph, if you think about it. The future, in my mind, about even the TV advertisement is going to be the Netflix and the Hotstars of this world. I don't think it's going to be the conventional TV. They're losing content by the day. They're completely losing content by the day except cricket. And cricket also, a lot of the time it is more popular on Hotstar because you're on the move, you have that small gadget, everybody has got a smartphone, and you're kind of on the move watching it. I think the trend is changing. For us, the experiments that we've done on channels like Hotstar have been very successful and very, very different from an IPL, let's say, as a mega event, is a completely different thing. We have always been kind of advertising on IPL as a mega event, and you get those TRPs, you get that traffic bump up. But I think it's just fading away. I think it's just going towards the digital channels more and more. Look at the deluge of digital channels. There are tons of them today. And this is what we call it as performance marketing. And what does this performance marketing do? Right? The performance marketing actually gives you immediate results. Performance marketing targets, uses data, uses models. You reach out, you do the bidding, you basically do targeted marketing, and you get that traffic again, and then get that traffic to convert. You end up giving some kind of an offer and promotion. You convert that traffic, and you get those transactions or orders, right? So large portion of the advertisement is going there, and I do definitely see, if I kind of see for the last over 12, 15 years, this trend has only gone in one direction. I do not see this changing in future as well. One of the forms of digital marketing, within digital marketing, actually the disruption happened. And one of the biggest players, by the way, who's got like 90% plus market share. Which is that player, by the way, who's got 90% plus market share in search? Google, of course, right? So they got disrupted. Actually, a lot of people think that they got disrupted. I don't think they got disrupted. Actually, they saw it coming early. They saw it coming early that there is going to be a smartphone, and they are not going to be able to control it. The internet access device is going to be small screen. It was not going to be desktop because desktop was not necessarily going to grow. Smartphones were going to go through the roof across the globe, especially China and India, which is like 1.2 billion population each. They saw it coming early, and what did they do? Can anyone guess? Android. They came up with Android, right? And they came up with Android, and that Android became a platform for mobile phones. And today, Android share, that's how Google operates. Today, Android share is phenomenal, right? Most of the business, if you really see, by the way, which is happening, and I can give you our stats, the 80% of our hotel bookings today are happening on mobile and mobile app, not mobile web. And not 90%, about 75, 80% of that is Android. Over the last 4 or 5 years, right? And that was Google, right? So they started building this platform, and I don't know if the thought crosses your mind. It does cross my mind all the time. How dangerous is that? What has happened with this? You were dependent on Google on one platform. Now you are super dependent on Google on another platform. And tomorrow, if they decide to do something to Android, what will happen? Nothing. Your business gets disrupted. Get used to it because that's technology for you. You can't do anything more. And guess what? What's happening? I'm sure some of you would be knowing right now that now from mobile app, slowly and gradually, the narrative is building towards mobile web. Right? That is what is happening right now. If you go on Google today, I don't think there's any rocket science, by the way. People have the device is smartphone, which is mobile phone. They have to either open the app or they have to open the browser. And because of the apps, the size of the apps, And when you expand to mobile population to 500 million, not necessarily everyone has the high-end phone, then you don't have necessarily high-quality bandwidth. What do? You open mobile app, browser on mobile, because you're not going to go back on desktop or laptop. They don't even have it, right? So nobody is going to do that unless you're going to office and doing surfing there. Nobody is going to do it. It's a very simple, straightforward consumer behavior. Imagine the transfer that happened from desktop, which they saw it early, brought it with the Android platform, now back to mobile web. When we discuss this marketing strategy in our office, every time I have that question, that are we going to be dependent on one single player in India for all the performance marketing? The answer is no, because, largely, of course, because of their share, but look at the channels that we have today, right? Multiple channels that we have, and those channels have also started doing really, really well, whether it is Insta or Facebook. There are different kind of marketing techniques that I'm sure you guys know it, and you may be able to teach me a few. I don't need to teach you, anything on that. But the point I'm trying to make is that mobile did not necessarily only disrupt the business models, it also disrupted the mobile techniques, right? The marketing techniques, because the screen was very small. How are you going to do marketing? What is going to be your download campaigns? How are you going to look at web ads, and so on and so forth. So this was also, in my mind, mobile was a disruption phenomena in many ways. And now we should wait for the next one, because I do think this is going to get disrupted in the future as well. The third one, no surprises again. Over the years, a lot of the businesses, the conventional businesses, which was brick and mortar businesses, also used to collect a lot of data. It's not that they did not have the customers, right? They had the customers, but what they did not have was technology. They did not have the technology. They did not leverage the technology. They did not realize. They used to do conventional CRM activities with conventional databases and the rest of it. Technology and big data technology, leveraging data science engineering and data science models have completely, phenomenally changed the game for marketing, by the way. I'll tell you, and towards the end, when I finish, I'll tell you another story. But before that, I'll tell you one instance just to make my point here. When we interview marketing people today, not necessarily we take marketing concepts, competence as given. What we focus a lot more is the understanding of data. How are the analytical abilities? Do you understand digital marketing channels? Do you understand big data models? That's what we do. Because the jobs today, if you think about it, if you have outsourced your performance marketing, that's a completely different story. But if you haven't, and if your 50-60% of the marketing spend is going to be in performance marketing, which is not necessarily going to use the marketing concepts of or the conventional wisdom which used to be in the past, which is all about art, right, and creativity, then what's the point? Then you have to look for alternative skills. And if you don't have those skills, and I think from a skill standpoint, it has actually disrupted a lot of people. Mobile, technology people got disrupted because suddenly they had to learn Android programming or iOS programming. And I think marketing function people got disrupted because they had to learn performance marketing. They had to learn data analytics. They had to learn various channels, building models, figuring out what is going to be the KPI measurement of that, and how is the ROI getting measured. And ROI gets measured more with the data than the conventional creative marketing, if you will, right? So a lot of the new skills that you had to learn before you became expert and you get used to or you could adapt to to the new way of doing marketing, because the focus is fundamentally going to be customer acquisition. There is so much of noise on the digital channels. If you don't participate, then you're going to lose it, right? And of course, it's very expensive, and I'm not going into economics. Maybe we'll leave it to the questions. Some interesting questions might happen because it's easier said than done. But right now, I'm just staying focused on what I believe that how marketing has evolved over the years, more in a disruptive fashion. This is a little bit of a complicated picture, but essentially what it is trying to do is essentially leveraging data to acquire, to retain, and to grow. You do all kinds of models, by the way. And I'm telling you, marketing folks today in our office use data science team to build their models, and then automatically that gets connected to, on the funnel, doing pricing and stuff like that. So everything is integrated, but the underneath of that are only two things: technology and data. And you certainly think that, maybe we studied something different, right? In fact, I was, on the first topic that I was making, on the deep discounting, I have been saying this, and I will not be surprised that it will go into the management books, the new way of building lifetime value, case study in terms of building lifetime value by focusing more on promotion than offers and not doing anything else. There are already people who are trying to make business case that, listen, you give me 100,000 rupees, and if I spend more on customer directly, my immediate ROI is much more than that I do it through any other way of marketing. They're already doing it. They're already building it. They're trying to see also expanding and see lifetime value. Why go far? We are doing it between our two brands. Make My Trip is very old, established consumer brand. That's how we build the brand. Absolutely the conventional way. And then, of course, when you're in a technology business, you can't do digital marketing. So we evolved along with the way marketing techniques evolved. But when we got merged with GoIbibo, about 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago, we inherited two more brands. One GoIbibo and one Redbus. Redbus was established consumer brand like Make My Trip. The top of the mind recall, the direct traffic was phenomenal, repeat rates were phenomenal, and so on and so forth. When it came to GoIbibo, it was a completely different brand insights that we got from a consumer insight standpoint. And what we tried doing, we saying, listen, maybe this is not the right way of doing it. Let us experiment and see whatever we know, how we have built brands in the past. Why don't we just go and do the same thing? We failed miserably. We failed absolutely miserably because that is now not that platform was built. And we tried again, same with Bollywood celebrity, the best of the Bollywood celebrity, etc. Didn't work. And then we were very quickly forced back to see, okay, what is that we need to do differently? And it turned out that all of those consumers on that platform were coming through various different features, whether they were, the referral programs, whether there was two-sided network that was built by giving a lot of the promotions and the offers. And when you do the math, the amount of money that was being spent on that, on the face of it, it would look like, listen, you're just playing with cash. But, just taking the negative unit economics aside, which we fixed it started making sense. Because, you try and change the technique, it didn't work. And it was working for the consumers because, you have all kinds of personas and the consumers in the marketplace who are used to, I showed you all the brands that they are doing it, and they're all very, very successful brands. And it started building it. So my prediction is that this whatever is happening in India and China, in terms of customer acquisition, different techniques being used by investing directly more into customers is going to go into the management books very soon. Watch it. Okay, coming back. This is again, another example. Again, leveraging data. Here, basically, this diagram is trying to do the matching principle, which we do it. On one side, you will take a lot of the variables. We'll take the searches. We will take the visits happened. You click-throughs on a particular property, click-through on a particular flight, and all of that. You take the demand-side variables, and you take the supply-side variables. You take the traffic-side variables, bring them all in, and then try to match and give a personalized experience on the other side. You will be surprised. It looks like more like a product slide that, maybe the product experts would be doing it. A lot of the marketing folks do this today. It's not necessarily non-marketing folks are doing it. The CRM today, and we talked about customer relationship management, right? Conventional way of doing that was, I think it was because lack of technology and lack of ability to just compile the data very differently. It used to be a very conventional way of doing that. And this is an age-old thing. And I think it continues, and it is very, very effective. But what has changed, and again, because of technology and data, what has changed is the way you do it. It's far more personalized. It is far more, you can do cross-sell in a very effective sort of way. You have the gadgets, you can do it, and you can push it, you can do differently from a timing standpoint, because for example, if you do a return booking on Make My Trip platform or Go Ibibo platform, and we have that data, and we need to figure out whether if it is a return flight, then you probably need a car, and can I push you a car from an airport transfer standpoint, pick up or drop, or if it is just going to be an overnight stay, can I push you hotel, but do it in a way which is very personalized sort of way, and also leveraging the data. But what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to basically acquire customer here, or acquire transaction here, or trying to upsell here, or trying to do the cross-sell here. That's what I'm trying to do, right? So the lines are getting blurred between, I am sitting in a marketing function, and therefore I am only going to just go out and do the offline media ad, and that doesn't work in an overall e-commerce or a technology company at all. I think it is far more now transitioning into working very closely with the product folks and work to get whatever is the best thing to give it to the customer. In fact, from a budget ownership standpoint, I must tell you, we have realized that you can't have only marketing budget, and you can't have sales promotion budget, and you can't have loyalty budget. All of the budget has to be looked at together, because if you do it in silos, you don't go anywhere, because everyone kind of drives it, and then eventually when you look at the overall P&L, it goes for a toss. You look at all of it together with one person's ownership and say, this is the total budget, decide what you want to do. Objectives are only two. One, customer acquisition, two, customer retention. And then tell me, on that particular customer, which is the bucket that we use from a spend standpoint. It doesn't matter, right? And show me the overall lifetime value for that, right? I give you the example of, because of all of these, and these are the techniques that people have started learning in our office. Most of the IJPs that happen, cross-functional movements that happen from marketing to product. You people, good old days would not even dream about it. They've done their marketing techniques because they've understood the data, they've understood the funnel, they've understood consumer. They are experts on actually marketing techniques, acquisition and retention, and they start to, when they want to make a transition, they say, we will do an online product job. There are many. In fact, not only that, our head of marketing, the CMO, historically has also moved from a marketing to business role and product role. As we speak, that also is happening. Okay, so if all of this was the evolution, we spoke about discounting, in the context of acquiring customers or acquiring transactions, not customers actually, unless you do the LTV. we spoke about digital, we spoke about mobile, and we spoke about data, and we spoke about CRM. All of these have evolved over the years. So where is the conventional creative marketing then? I think there's a very small amount that is kind of left. Even there, by the way, it has moved and transitioned, sadly though, from what it used to be, and this is our example. Make My Trip, Dil To Roaming Hai was a very brand building campaign. And the other one with Alia and Ranveer was very tactical customer acquisition campaign. Of course, two celebrities, they do a good job, there was a sense of humor and so on. But which one do you think worked the most? The right side, right? So I mean, that's what is happening today. And actually the first one, to be honest, it bombed. It didn't work at all. We thought it was beautiful. There was also Nasiruddin Shah and this beautiful lake that, and trying to build the brand and all that, it just didn't work. Things are changing because suddenly, and then what happens? Then, because business also has to see the result, and I'm not saying it is the right thing to do. I think sometimes we are guilty of losing. We all, business people, CEOs, whatever designation that you want to call it, we are guilty of taking a very short-term view. Very, very short-term view. We try to do it because you have immediate numbers pressure, and you say, listen, this campaign did not work. It was supposed to give me X number of shoppers, etc., etc. It did not happen. So let's move to another technique. I don't think you should make that mistake. I think you should make sure that you strike a balance. Similarly, you see some of the other ads, Airtel versus Jio, close friends, Har Friend Zaruri Hai was a beautiful campaign. Look what happened with Jio. You got completely disrupted, right? And, and that was like, and one can turn around and say that it was aggressive pricing. Part of it is true, right? But part of it is very aggressive land grab kind of guerrilla marketing in my view, right? And that's very important. And I met Gopal at some level as a friend the other day, and we were talking about it, and he was giving the whole background and story, and not a lot many people know. In fact, they have been able to, in this whole noise, been able to actually hold on to their high quality, high ARPU customers. What has got disrupted is the people who were deal conscious. They moved. And that's what is happening, but that's like a big chunk. So there's a challenge with you. The growth comes from that. The money comes from the elite group. How do you balance the two? Okay? So, but that's what is happening. So you got to strike a balance. Similarly, we spoke about it, brand love or customer acquisition. So my point is, just the last one, and I'll tell you a little story, and then we'll open up for questions if we have time. My question to you all is, food for thought, it's not a question, that how prepared are we? I'll tell you the reason why I'm saying that. And people might think that, no, we are well prepared. I'm sure most of you would be, if not all of you. But we were looking for a senior person in marketing, and it's not a pitch, guys. Okay? I have met many people personally. To be very, very honest, senior, seasoned people, I have seen them struggling for all the 5-6 slides that I showed it to you, all the 5-6 disrupting areas. Because they did not jump into it to learn, to adapt, to absolutely deep dived into it, to understand that game completely. You see massive gaps. And we are struggling, and we're saying, okay, what are we supposed to do? We are not able to get. So we've been changing our job description and saying, okay, maybe we don't need this kind of person because this is a 10-year-old phenomena, maybe not even that. And there are not too many people who are experts in it. So let's then go back and say, okay, maybe we'll change the criteria, pick up sharp people, pick up conceptually strong people, people who have the understanding of some data at some reasonable level, basic smarts, intelligent people, leadership skills, etc., and then let's run with that. We are forced to do that because you don't get that, unfortunately. People think, and you know, the reason why I'm saying that is that when you think about, and you know, and it could be just maybe industry specific, so pardon me for that, but e-commerce industry is definitely, you know, or digital, any digital technology-powered industry is a very big industry, and this argument kind of holds true for that. The superficial knowledge that I have done it, and I've kind of looked at it, and it kind of, I understand it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Because you would only realize that, you know, the 500 crore budget that you suddenly have that you need to spend, it was very easy for you to call agencies and then do the scripts and then call them and do massive ads or radio campaigns or offline media advertisements because you've done that and you know it all. But here it is going to be, you know, money goes like this because it goes down the drain if it doesn't work, and you do it right, and guess what? The competition is absolutely, absolutely fierce. So you have to perfect that art, and that will only happen if you practice it. Otherwise, it doesn't happen. You go deep into it. It doesn't happen. It remains superficial, and then you would struggle. You would struggle. In the history of Make My Trip over 19 years, I have seen people struggling, beautiful, absolutely expert marketeers, struggling the moment the transition happened to performance marketing. They were not able to adapt. They were not able to you know, get deeper into it. And they got disrupted. Because then they will have to figure out, because you know, market demand was only that, unfortunately, you know, for them. So I think I would just shut up here. I would just conclude it by saying, hope you know, you found some resonation with what I said in terms of how I saw the evolution happening and in the form of disruption. And hopefully you would have probably liked that as well. So let me pause here and perhaps, do we have time for some questions? One or two? Okay. Thank you, guys. Thanks for your patience. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Rajesh. It was really insightful.
Thank you.
This is not a question, basically. This is open to all, I would say, that what you mentioned here was actually true. And when you talk about diving deep into data, I've seen that happen in my instance, where I'm looking at the data day in, day out, and I could see that working with agencies also, they superficially track the data, present it, and then sometimes I've seen it happen that even the agencies, they are not diving deep into it. So is it something that you have found happening? Probably because you are going out into B2C segment, which is even wider. And secondly, I also have, this is a kind of a concern that I have, this is with the players whom we are trusting. I have seen a lot of data mismatch when I delved deeper into those insights.
Sure.
I could see that the data that I was shown, and it's not a fault of the agency, it is a fault at the source, which we are trusting to reach out.
Yeah. Not only source, and sometimes, by the way, it's techniques, the way you measure it. And you know, I'm sure you guys would know attribution techniques, right? I mean, I don't need to get into that. And everyone takes a convenient position on attribution, right? At the end of the day, when I kind of look at it and I say, listen, okay, you know, you say this much of, this percentage of traffic is coming direct, but then if that is true and organic traffic, for example, we are getting some 75%, either through SEO or direct, which is like typing Make My Trip or brand Make My Trip or the variant, then why are we spending this kind of a money? And that's only to do with the attribution. So sometimes it's also because, but to answer your question specifically, you know, all the time, I've seen, but I don't think, you know, I don't think it is dishonesty. I don't think it is an integrity issue. I think it's a competence issue. Because you know, if you don't have those skills, and by the way, these skills are very, very deep skills that you need. And sometimes you have to be an engineer to learn it, right? If you're talking about data science, modeling, then you have to get deeper into it, right? So it's a question of, and you know, I personally believe nothing is rocket science. You can get into it and you will understand it if you go first principle. So I think it's about the capability building. Unfortunately, we have not invested into that. And some of the agencies who claim that they can do it and maybe they are able to do the superficial job because they're just focusing on quantity. You know, I remember good old days, desktop days. You know, you give the budget to the marketing person and you say, okay, you know, we need to get traffic growth going. There will be hockey stick growth, like in 1 week. And when you go next level, the traffic will be coming from songs PK, the traffic will be coming from some of the other side, you know, if you would recall, right? Because the quality focus will not be there because all that what you need to do is to focus on vanity metric. But we promote that kind of a culture. That's saying, listen, I don't care, I just want too many people coming on my platform. So what you need to do fundamentally, actually 2 things. One, figure out whether the capability exists or not. And if you don't have that outsourced agency who has the capability, then build it in-house. You know, from our point of view, we've never outsourced this, by the way, because we can't do it. There's so much of data that we have. It's our own data. It's IP. And you invest behind that IP. You absolutely keep fine-tuning that. It takes a lot. It takes years to perfect that. It doesn't happen overnight, right? And agencies will not invest that kind of deep money, and therefore that will happen, right? So that's one. And the second one is just define the goals properly. Do not focus completely on quantity. Somewhere you got to see the quality KPI as well. Because if you don't see quality KPI, you're going to get crap. Sorry, but that's what will happen. Yeah. One more question, I guess. You have to stop me whenever, okay? So.
Good evening.
Good
Thanks
evening.
for your insights today. I would take your attention to 2008, where I had first time interacted with you. You would not remember, of course. I was with Dun & Bradstreet, and that was the first time Make My Trip undertook a market analytics project, next logical purchase and purchase cycles, etc. And from there till 2019, the world has really changed around, early days of analytics. So my question to you is that, what is it that Make My Trip is doing to disrupt the entire travel aggregation industry, specifically in the wake of a borderless world of travel aggregation, and we also have onslaught from international players with deep pockets like Booking.com, etc. So just a couple of things that you would want to share with us today.
Yeah, sure. No, it's a great question, by the way, and I do faintly remember. Actually, there are many things, but I'll tell you, this overall intermediary platform business, just by definition and design, right? Because it's out there. It's B2C, right? Whatever you would do will be out there, will get copied. Smart guy will copy in like 1 week. Not so smart guy will copy in 3 weeks. So the game here, the first point you need to keep in mind, the holy grail is that you got to constantly innovate at speed and consistently. You stop that, for a quarter you are disrupted, right? The underneath framework that you should use is the customer experience. What is that we are trying to do? Whether it's a small feature here, or you're trying to just completely change the UI, you change the design for that, or you actually try to make it extremely convenient funnel experience, or even post-sales experience, in-trip experience, and so on and so forth. At the back end, I mean, it looks very fancy and modern on the face of it. Back end, lot of effort that goes behind it. So the holy grail is look at overall end-to-end and focus on customer experience, continuously keep improving it. Do not stop. If you stop, you're dead, right? You'll get disrupted because you're out there. There's no IP here. So it's an execution game, right? Continuously keep doing it. Build the brand on the back of experience. Don't build the brand. Don't build the brand on spending only marketing dollars. It does not happen, right? Over the period of time, first click or attribution or last click attribution, if Make My Trip has organic traffic about 75%, and if I'm being super conservative in terms of attribution, it will be probably 55, 60%. It doesn't happen just like that. It takes a lot. It doesn't happen because we're giving advertisement top of the mind recall and then they'll come. No, it doesn't happen like that. It happens because the customers have traveled with you, booked with you, experienced with you. I'll give you a very good example. And I heard it in one of the panel discussion, with our partner who was Lemon Tree founder. And we were together and we have love and hate kind of a relationship, if you will. And he started, and I was just talking about it. Somebody talked about customer experience, loyalty, and so on. And he made my day the other day, and he said, Rajesh is exactly right, but I'm not happy because I looked at the data the other day. He looked at the data the other day. There was one customer who had been coming to Lemon Tree Hotel probably 12 times in a year. And and they were like, he was looking at few months data, so he was talking about some 100th visit, and he wanted to visit and meet him. Every single time, and this came from him, not from me, every single time he had booked on us. So he said, what do you do that every single time, and she said, when I go back to my team and people say it's cashback, he said, I basically tell them, dismiss them, and I said, no, it doesn't happen only with cashback. Because 100 times, if somebody is coming, you got to build an experience. It doesn't happen only with promotion, offer, cashback, and all of that. It doesn't happen. You take one experience. And by the way, by no stretch of imagination, I'm saying that we are like gold standard on servicing. It doesn't happen. It's a very tough business. Today, as we speak, we are struggling because something happened to Jet. Call center was flooded and so on. But the intent, every time that you deal with this crisis and intent with the customer and the way you deal with it makes all the difference. So it's about execution. It's about focus on customer experience. It's about your local industry knowledge, local country knowledge, and all of that. And last but not the least, don't get paranoid watch the competition absolutely minutely, but don't get paranoid. Strategy, you have to have your own. Sorry, long answer. Okay, that's it, I guess. So,
thank you so much, sir.
Can
we have a huge round of applause for him, please? So I'll request you to please stay with us for another second. May I request Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, Chairman, ADAM Ventures Private Limited and Zirka Digital Solutions, to please join us on stage to hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Mago. I'm sure the applause can be much louder than that, my friends. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, our next speaker is a seasoned industry leader with over 22 years of well-rounded experience in the Indian media industry, spanning media sales, media planning and buying, consumer research, business planning, and product development. Welcome on stage, Mr. Pradeep Hejmari, Group CEO, ADAM Ventures, who is speaking on the topic, the power of emotion in marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome him on stage.
Thank you. sitting here. I've thoroughly enjoyed the session. It's been great listening to everyone. In just a bit, we'll show you what it's doing. It's actually telling you how much am I enjoying doing what I'm doing right here. Right? It's telling you something about what's going on in my brain. Now, I wish I could put it on all of your heads and measure it, but let me start by just showing you how I'm feeling today. Right? Now, in the morning, Anurag said that he saw me sitting and working on the presentation. Well, actually, what I was doing was editing it, because your time is valuable, your attention is short, and I'm using these general references of what we know about people. So I'm going to make sure that I try and make it as interactive as possible, right? And the best way to learn is experience. So I'm very grateful to some, individuals in the audience who are participating with us. We will give you a cue when that will start. But since everyone here should actually participate, I have just one thing that I'm going to ask you to do before I start. If I were to throw something at you, whichever hand you would catch it with, can you just raise that hand? Okay, so are some people okay being hit by what I threw at you? Because some didn't raise their hand. Okay, so can we try this again? If I throw something at you, which hand will you use to catch it? That's a good question. You'll get your chance. Okay, so my topic today is the role of emotions in marketing. And honestly, Google Baba will tell you more than I'm ever going to be able to tell you. So, let me show you what my agenda therefore is. It's actually fairly straightforward. This is what I was doing. I was just trying to figure out how can I learn when I come here, because teaching is not really my profession, right? We are practitioners, we do things, we learn, and I'm here to learn through this interaction. So my presentation is going to have 3 questions in which the exercise you just did, you are going to do again, maybe a few times, right? So 3 questions. I'll give you the options as well, because I don't like open-ended questions, and that's the reason why you'll get options. You just need to raise your hand, and and I'll do a quick sort of judgment call on which option is the winner in the hall, right? So there are 3 questions I'm going to use. One engagement exercise, which the tables that have willingly participated on request to participate will do. So you'll see what we're doing at that time. And we'll show you one AV. Since we are here, and my teams worked day in and day out to put this AV together, it's sort of, they told me it'll do a better job than you're doing. So I said, sure, let's put an AV up. And here comes question number 1. Is everyone ready? It's not fastest finger first, it's actually, and also one key caveat is that it's going to start putting a little bit of load till you reach question number 3 on thinking. Okay, so the first one is very simple. You can treat it as a warm-up, but be honest to yourself. In this case, you can raise even the hand that you won't catch something with, right? That's the liberty I'm ready to give you. Okay, now, first question, right? How do we define our prospects, our target segments, the people that we want to really go after? Okay, now, if I ask you this question and leave it open-ended, we'll take half a day, right? And I can see I've got 27 minutes. I'm quite greedy. I'm going to reduce that. Okay, so here are the 3 options. Option 1 is that we define it with all the demographics, all the behavioral possibilities available to us. Option 2 is we make a pen portrait of that person, right? So we're not interested in the face. We've understood many things about him, his psychology, user behavior. So we've tried to write some things about a little bit more to flesh him out. And the consumer number 3 who's making faces at us is telling you whatever it's telling you, right? Now, how many in this audience, given an option, would define the target prospect with A only? I hope everybody's hand is perfectly intact. There's one gentleman there. Two gentlemen here. Okay. How many would define it with B? There's one gentleman there. How many would define it with C? Okay, there's quite a few and many people who are right now Thakurs, right? Or maybe the answer is somewhere in between, right? Let me assume that it's a hybrid of a few of these things. So maybe that's the reason why, or you're really tired. Okay, you can see my engagement there. I can't see yours, so you've got an upside. Okay, now I told you question number 2 and question number 3 will be slightly more difficult than question number 1. Okay, so I maybe live up to it, maybe I won't. You guys will surprise me. Question number 2. Which of these is the most important to you as a marketing person? There are no right or wrong answers. Okay, I don't know anybody's names here. Even if I know, I've forgotten them because this thing has wiped my brain clean, right? Or is doing it as you see. A, they, which is the prospects or your target segments, buy or do not buy my brand, right? You define it basis their purchasing behavior. B is they recommend or do not recommend the brand. There's a reason why I've separated them out, and marketing people will probably appreciate separating them. Some of us really think of it as extensions of purchase. And C, what they feel about my brand. So how many in favor of, should I reverse the flow to remove rotation bias? Maybe we get tired by the time we reach C. So how many would say that that is the most important thing, what they feel about my brand? See, so many people who have lost their hands. It's really unfortunate, but it's good, our minds are working. B, how many believe that recommendation or non-recommendation should be the basis, is the most important thing for us? Okay? And how many believe that purchasing or not purchasing my brand is the most important thing to me? Right. So my question was most important. Don't we trade off? Sorry, the phone's ringing. My colleague is a very popular person. So that's why you can see the phone ring there. Okay, now question number 3. You're right, they're very interestingly interlinked, but there's a reason why we're trying to sort of distinctly try and understand what we really seek. If you could affect only one of these, okay? If you could affect only one of these, then which one will it be? Here come your options. What they buy or do not buy, what they recommend or do not recommend, or what they feel. How many in favor of B? B, recommendation, yes. So if you could affect only one of these, you would affect recommendation. All right. A, buying, not buying. All right, all right. And C, what they feel. Thank you. Many more hands up, I'm very happy. Hope my dial shows that I was, or it probably takes a little bit of time because of Bluetooth connectivity to refresh, but you'll see that very soon. Now is the time for us to, sort of do this small engagement exercise. We've got one laptop placed on this table. I think these are all my friends from MX Player, if I'm right. So thank you very much. I think Deepak's already plugged you in. There's one table with the beautiful ladies and one handsome gentleman on that table. There's one in the center table in the third row. There's one who's got a very funnier gadget than mine on. So that is one, that's the one that's also plugged in. So we've got 4 tables where we'll tell you what we've done. We've set up a project on our cloud, for them to simply watch 3 commercials, and while they watch the commercial, I have an option to show you the commercial, but let me save it to show you along with the result. Now, all the people who are participating, please do not worry. Your individual names, numbers, digital retargeting data is not going to be presented to anyone, right? So please enjoy it as you will. Try to be as natural as possible. Obviously, this is not the best setting to do this. But there are, when you see what you see after they take this, engagement phase, I'm hopeful I'll have to speak lesser and my team will feel it was worth the time. So are we good to roll? It's going to take about 1.5 minutes, maybe. Most of the commercials are like 30 seconders. So while they focus, do you have the commercials? You just have the AV? So we could have shown you the commercials so that the others are equally engaged without us knowing how they feel. So bear with me. I can maybe take this opportunity to invite any questions if there are any, just so that I don't have people falling off to sleep or my monitor going off. So are there any questions? I have not told you anything. You just told me everything. So logically, I played very safe. Yes, please.
Sir, the gadget you are wearing, it defines attention, activation, engagement, and enjoyability.
Right.
How about when your spouse is talking with you and she's wearing, she just made you wear this thing and you are on a monitor?
Okay, that's a very dangerous question, and I know it's streaming on YouTube. You're going to land me in a lot of trouble, but let me generalize. Okay, this is not pertaining to just me. Okay, I'm saying that again. It does not pertain only to me. It may pertain to many other people. Maybe, maybe not me. Now I will answer your question.
Okay.
Your wife can read your mind. She reads your mind from your face.
Okay. Okay.
And the same probably applies to us if we can read our spouse's mind from their face. So currently what they're doing is pretty much the same, right? What they're doing right now is we are reading their face and therefore imputing what's happening to them. However, what we're using right now is 2 technologies at the same time. We're using eye tracking, what they're looking at, and we're using expression analytics because they've got headphones on, I can tell you. So their expressions will tell me how they felt when they watched what is put in front of them, right? And the minute they finish, I will bring the results up because it's almost sort of real time. Like you can see, my dial is probably spinning there, so I'm sending data to my cloud and getting computed. There's a lot more things you'll know about me, but I don't want to show you, like my stress levels, etc. My chairman is sitting here, not a very good idea to do. So if we are done, are we done? Okay, 1 is done. Deepak, you'll just check what status it is there. Any other questions? Please don't ask personal questions, don't land me in trouble. Any other questions? I can't think I can give anybody an opportunity to ask me questions. That's how I've written the presentation. Right? Some bit of our experience in writing presentations stands us good in such times. Deepak, you'll just check with the other consoles if they're done.
will give a. So two things: is it being used anywhere in the world? One. Second, what kind of a sample size are you looking at to give an indicative figure to whatever? I mean, for a brand to take out before a launch of a content or whatever.
Sure, sure. So on the first question, EEG mapping goes back decades. There are, at last search, there were about 53 million articles about, emotion measurement and what it really translates to into marketing action. But a search engine only delivers when you search, right? So my intention is to give you a keyword to search so that you discover a lot more that you can do, because we are humans. A lot of what we do, is measured through devices like this. Obviously, like mobile phones are getting smaller and smarter, the apparatus measuring EEG is getting smaller and smarter. A very big mounted one which you use in the hospital obviously goes much, much deeper to read many other things, which we don't need, right? So that's the reason why what I have on my forehead is good enough. As you can see, I can walk, I can talk, I'm not getting any electric shock. That just naturally rung, was not meant to be poetic. So it's something that gives you a lot of user, and use occasions, right? So if you want somebody walking into a retail shop, you want to know how the person's feeling, the person straps it on his head, walks in, gives you a great understanding of experience. The expression analytics, once you see the results, you're running a retail shop, there's a salesperson, there are mirrors. In public areas, the person goes, checks things out. The person's expression tells you whether the person liked something or not, right? It's all about us being able to, we always say, customize to a universe of one. So it's very important for some use cases to not ignore what each person has to say, right? So a BMW buyer, how many of them are there? There might be a few in this room, but it's not a very large market, right? So depending upon where you're using it, you'll have to decide whether you need a sample. If you're using it for testing and ensuring that your conclusions are representative of a population, then you have to ask the question of sample. If you are very concerned about customers who are walking into a Vodafone store, right, and sitting there, we're picking up a lot of information. I can today use your CCTV which is sitting there, plug it into my backend and tell you what the mood of your customers is, right? Everyone tries to reduce wait time, but what you can't control is the population. So maybe there are different things you can do to keep their stress level low. And when they go to the desk, very easily with a standard camera, I can tell you what were they feeling. So the store manager there can get up and go to the port where there is the most aggrieved customer, right? So again, that's the power of focusing on an individual.
Is this technology currently available in India? One, for instance, if I'm trying to make content and I come to you, so this will go as a MarTech solution, right?
Right.
Marketing technology solution. So I say that I'm trying to launch this kind of content. Can you, Pradeep, tell me what kind of consumer should I go to? Creating a sample size, and then you come back to me, and then I create that content. Is it possible?
Yes. So we are already in conversation with a few, and we can do that with many more. Currently, what we're doing is, we're operating like a SaaS model, so we're helping people to make sense of it, and also giving them recommendations so that they deploy it. Eventually, you can have an enterprise solution, upload your stuff. We've done a back-to-back integration with global panels. So you select the profile, the invitation goes out, you get the results back, right? So we've done that already. We haven't put a payment gateway right now, but we will at some time. In addition to that, there are further use cases. So for instance, if you have an app, right, and you want to know what does a person feel when he's using your app, right? What he does, how he feels is what we want to tell you. And that's why I asked you the question earlier. Is his behavior or his outcome of his behavior critical to you or how he feels about you. If he feels very nice and good about you, there's good evidence for you to see a good service provider has been able to keep customers, and then is able to cater to their taste. The use cases are several. Deployment is not a challenge whatsoever. For me, the question that always comes to our mind when we take such solutions out is how will you really plug it into your business, right? So if you have you're a OTT player and your user gives you permission, then I can tell you what any selected set that you want tested randomly is feeling about your content, because face analytics is very easy for me to do with the mobile phone camera.
And it's dynamic on the fly.
It's real time.
It's real
That's
time,
my
yeah.
brainwave. And you'll see if they've finished their project, we'll just show you the result. I think one of them is still enjoying. Sorry? That one is also done. They were not done? Not working, okay. And this is not because of our cloud, this is because of connectivity in the hotel. Just to make it absolutely clear. Any other questions you'll have? Be more than glad to take them. I've got 10 minutes, but I've got nothing much more than like a 2-3 minute AV to show you with prettier faces and better music and good graphics. And then I'm pretty much done. Yes, please. Sorry? Privacy of the user. Very good question. So, there's a development we're doing right now. Obviously, you seek the permission of the user. You're not looking at the user without the user permitting you to do it.
Basically, if I give a
Do you want to take the mic?
Sure. If I take the permission, right,
Yes.
of a user,
Yes.
when you take, for example, if you take a permission on a Facebook app, you
Yeah.
tell I'm okay to share my email, I'm okay to share my contact list of friends maybe. But
Right.
in your case, you will just say a permission is I will be able to record you. But exactly what all you will be recording, that permission is not possible, right, one by one.
Of course, it's possible. We are GDPR compliant today. We are deployed in Turkey in Vodafone. They are rolling it out across multiple offices. In Europe, GDPR has already put a footprint, so we are GDPR compliant. So we have it's very easy for us to go and ask a customer. The bigger question as a researcher I can tell you is, why will a customer say yes? Right? For that, we are adding a gamification layer to the facial detection, or the expression analytics. So it becomes fun for the person to see how the person felt. And then the person can socially share. Right? Those are options that we can provide to the user. So if you tell somebody, hey, check this out, we'll tell you whether you liked it or not. Would you be interested? For that, you need to give me these permissions. And he can see that we're not looking at his face. The analytics is not done by actually recording a video of yours and somebody sitting in the back end and telling you were they happy, were they sad, filling that out. It's not done based that. Sorry, Pulak's got another call. Right, so it's not done, with anybody sitting there. There's a, engine sitting which computes, and it tracks the key points on your face that tell you what expression the person is making. And this product has been developed for the global market. So from a Mongolian to a Chinese to a Japanese to a Korean, the AI has been adjusted to give you, emotions accordingly. So expanses of our country anyway are not a problem. Yes. Are we done with the tests? How many have you finished? That is also done. This is also done. Yeah. Not done. So you got only, okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. All right, so I'm sorry, can I take this question, Pulak? Yeah, I'll just take this question and then we'll go to it. Yes.
So my question is this available for app developers now to use on their own app and provide it as a solution, use it as a solution on the app itself?
Yes, it is.
It is.
Yes, it is. Obviously, what we need to do is, get the user permission, and whether you want to do it now, what do you really want to do about the app is the question. If you want to know how the person feels and there are certain developmental work that you want to do on the app, then we need to use this, which I am wearing, right? If you are showing them content or you're showing, you want
if I want
just
to
an emotional read, then we can, work on the fly and do a deep integration in your app.
So if I want to track the engagement of the user on my app, what
That's
is the level
very,
of engagement?
that can be done on the fly across the board.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes. Can we show you the results quickly and and please allow me to show you the AV, and then I'll continue taking questions. We've got 5 minutes. I think that should be sufficient. Ulak, you'll put the. Okay, we've not had a very successful experiment here because only one respondent, as in one table, was able to submit results. So again, it's not representative, but it's demonstrative, and that was the idea. The idea is to essentially show you, if I use eye tracking, and it was just done, on that table for the ad called Polycab Green. The second ad was, Ulak, stay with me. Thank you. Saregama Caravan, the Diwali ad, and then the maneuver after 1 year marriage, exchange between Virat and Anushka. So now, if you can show just the eye tracking for 1 or 2 or 3, whatever you want to do, and then we'll go to the expression analytics. So the expression analytics gives you the emotions that were expressed.
मैं हमेशा ख्याल रखूंगा।
मैं भी।
क्यों कर रहा शादी?
देख, सोच ले। महीने में 15 दिन खाना मैं बनाऊंगा बोलेगा, लेकिन जब उसकी बारी आएगी, होम डिलीवरी ऑर्डर करेगा।
टीवी रिमोट, एसी रिमोट, लाइट का रिमोट, सब हाथ से चला जाएगा।
अरे इधर टावल, उधर जूते, सुबह 5 बजे पर्दे खोल देगा और किलर पेट्टी बनाकर पिलाएगा।
कैरम में हारने पर रोएगी, पीटेगी, पर ना क्यूट लगेगी।
और हमेशा ख्याल रखेगा।
हमेशा। अरे इतना सोच मत।
बहुत सोचते हो यार।
मान्यवर मोहित, नए रिश्ते, नए वादे, हमेशा।
हम है राही प्यार के, हमसे कुछ न बोलिए। हम है राही प्यार के, हमसे कुछ न बोलिए। जो
इस दिवाली आप अपनों के लिए क्या ले जाएंगे? शोर या संगीत? 5000 पुराने गानों का एक नया तोहफा, सारेगामा कारवां।
अगले महीने मेरा बिजली का बिल कम आएगा। लगी शरत लगी। पार्टी चल रही है।
नहीं, मातम मना रहा हूँ।
तुम्हारा बिल मेरे बिल से कम कैसे? कब से कह रहा हूँ कि पॉलीकैब वायर लगाओ, बिजली बचाओ। पॉलीकैब, कनेक्शन बचत का, कनेक्शन जिंदगी का।
So this is the kind of heat map that you'll typically see on an ad or any content that you create. So if you have a print ad, you'll put it in front of a consumer, you can see what the person's doing. You can use it also for website tests. So you have a website navigation, you can figure out how they're moving around. This is like the really basic thing to do. And we'll just show you how the expressions get captured. So do you all want to take a pick at which one do you want to see so we can go straight to that? I think, in the interest of time, I've got 1 minute left and maybe there's a question. Do you all want to choose? Do you want to show the options? The engagement ad, Saregama ad, Go Green ad. Saregama ad, okay, let's go for Saregama.
हम है राही प्यार के हमसे कुछ न बोलिए हम है राही प्यार के हमसे कुछ न बोलिए जो
इस दिवाली आप अपनों के लिए क्या ले जाएंगे? शोर या संगीत? 5000 पुराने गानों का एक नया तोहफा, सारेगामा कारवां.
So you can see how the emotions moved. The part where, he was petting that cute little fellow was this part, and you can see a very distinct peak of happiness coming through. Engagement would essentially be any movement in emotions, right? And then there are, of course, other measures that come through as well. Can I proceed and please play the AV? Otherwise, my team's going to kill me because they worked through the night for it. Can you play the AV, please? Thank you.
The world of market research and consumer insights is tricky. Don't trust mere words, for words may lie, but emotions don't. Go, conquer the senses of your consumers. Step into the future of market research and consumer insights, where no questions will be framed, no answers will be sought, where emotions will be tracked, and expressions will be caught. Give in to the revolution, bow down to the master of tracking genuine emotions through artificial intelligence. Sensai. Sensai adopts a three-pronged process to create insights and fuel brand growth in all sectors. Using metrics like heat maps, eye tracking captures precisely where the subject's eyes move and what they fixate on, allowing accurate assessment of exact product viewing and scanning behavior. Using a webcam, the technology of expressions analytics helps detect micro-expressions made during the engagement. They convey non-verbal communication cues that demonstrate how a person actually feels during the engagement. The brainwave mapping tracks and records brainwave patterns to gauge emotions driven by attention, activation, engagement, and enjoyment. Be it short content like commercials, promos, or video clips, or long formats like web and TV series, your Sensai will provide you with real-time actionable insights and product and packaging research, EQ for automobiles, and much, much more. Insights will no longer be biased. Research will no longer be skin deep. Sensai is here to delve deeper into the hearts, into the minds, into the psyche of your consumers, to dredge up precise, real-time, actionable insights. In this tricky world of market research, Sensai is the future, and the future is here.
Thank you. My team will be very elated. As I speak, they're watching all this on YouTube, so everybody who's put in a lot of hard work will really feel very glad it's shown this result. I will call them out in a bit. This is all done. So this was one thing that caught my attention very nicely. So I thought I must put the person who actually dropped it, and which I've just put into my presentation. Well, you can read it. Either the emotions can get in the way or can get us on the way. It really depends upon how we're going to, sort of start forming a relationship with our customers, right? And our minds are a very powerful thing. It's very important for us to understand that we emote when we see any kind of communication, right? So on that note, Right, so here are our details. You can reach us. We also have a website up and running. It's sensailab.com is the website. So you can feel free to take a look at how it's sitting there right now. Just to give you a little bit of the master bit, I just don't like saying we are the best. We are always learning to get better. And when we work with you and we work on your challenges and we find opportunities, we just keep getting better and better, right? And that's how anybody learns, and so do the machines, and so does our intelligence grow. The coinage, the words that were used in the AV were because sensei in Japanese means master, right? So we are seeing it more as a tool which will help you master, your emotional engagement with your customers. And that's the reason why we had a play of words. And our aim is to help you to get mastery over consumer senses, right? And that's why it's Sense A. The Sense I is spelled with a EI. This is spelled with a AI because we've got AI. That's pretty much it. Thank you very much, and thank you for being very patient, interactive, and I hope raising of the hand was not objectionable to anyone, and especially the tables which really, made a serious effort to help us. Very indebted. Sorry, we were struggling with the Wi-Fi connectivity since morning. Afternoon, this guy has not eaten any food. And yeah, at this moment, I have to call out people who have made this possible, other than the friends who will see this video who I can't call out because they worked with us through the night and were consultants to us to get some of the stuff ready. There's Pulak, who's probably slept barely a night in the last 2 days, who's really contributed a lot. Rati, who's on the other side of the camera in Mumbai, she's not in good health, so she couldn't join us today. She was a marketing person. She's also helped get the Sensai logo, and since the baby was to be born, she's put in a lot of effort, so I can't do this without thanking them. Ashokji and Karan, who through their leadership and solid support have allowed us as a company which otherwise was doing one vertical, we are widening our play, and and they are strong pillars of support that they have always been in this organization. So I have to thank these gentlemen and that one lady there. Otherwise, what I'm doing today won't have been possible. And of course, our technology partner, Entropic, we've not made a press release. We're going to make it tomorrow, actually on Tuesday, because Monday is election day in Maharashtra. So we will put that release out at that time. But they have worked very closely with us. We're working very, very deeply to make everything that you see even more richer, more useful, and to really give you the opportunity to master consumer emotions, and really fast, right? Not wait for somebody to tell you how people have felt, but for you to see it in the real time. That's it from me. Thank you very much. If there are any questions, I'm way out of time. I don't like to bite into anybody else's time, so I'm going to call it out right now. I'm going to be here. I have a 10:30 flight to catch, so please feel free to nudge me. If we can't speak, I'll take your business card and I will certainly get back to you. Right? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, but I request you to please stay with us. May I request Mr. Satya Bharata Das, Head Strategic Alliances Corporate Communication, Lakshya Media Group, to please join us on stage to hand over the token of appreciation. Thank you so much, gentlemen. as we move forward, once again, I would just like to make an announcement that do participate in The Hindu. We know South India the best quiz and win exciting prizes. Quiz forms available at the registration counter and at the Hindu stall. Winners shall be announced shortly for sure, and also people who are just stopped tweeting or are still busy not tweeting, please make sure that you tweet us because we have some amazing prizes in store for you, and all you need to do is hashtag PitchCMO. Just tweet us and you might be winning something tonight and taking home. With that, my friends, we move on to our next panel discussion. The panelists will be exploring Bullseye, targeted advertising meets social media. As they are setting, allow me to call on stage the session chair, Mr. Vikas Mehta, CEO, Mullen Lintas. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please? Thank you. Also, please join us in welcoming our panelist on stage, Achit Setia, VP Marketing, Myntra. Let the applause go on, my friends. Come on. Thank you. Nilima Bura, Country Manager Director, HP. Sukanto H, Chief Marketing Officer, South Asia for Signify Innovations, formerly known as Philips Lighting. Rohan Arora, Marketing Head, Bosch Alom, India. Karan Kumar, Chief Brand and Marketing Officer, Fab India. Prashant Puri, Co-founder and CEO, Adlift. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, please? Thank you. I shall leave the session to Mr. Mehta now, sir. All to you.
I was wondering, this looks like an overfurnished living room now. Unless you want me to step out. No, please. Good evening. Thank you all for having us here. I know we're running a little behind schedule, so we've been told to cut this discussion down to 30 minutes. What we're going to try and do, and we have some fabulous people out here, and I'm going to try and help all of us make the most of their time. We're talking about a subject which is, I think, more relevant today than it has been in a very long time. At the same time, it's not a subject that's new because marketers have always spent a lot of time, effort, resources, and money finding ways to reach people better and entertain, engage, and sometimes interrupt them. What I'm going to start with, and I think we have a fabulous mix of companies here. There is fashion, there is retail, there is technology, there is what some might call B2B products, and there are enough solutions on the table in terms of performance marketing that we have. So what I'm going to try and do is start by exploring the spectrum of targeting, as I call it, and I think we'll then get to social media, is what data-driven environments have allowed us to do is explore the entire range of how you want to reach out to your audiences. So on one end of the spectrum, and bear with this sort of half visualization, but one end of the spectrum is what we've always done as marketers, and even in the days of mass media that was possible, and it remains possible in the social media environment, which is identifying a macro level of segments and doing what I would call carpet bombing to an audience, where it's a bundled set of messages manufactured by a manufacturer, and you throw it out at people hoping some of them will stick. The other end of the spectrum is obviously what some of us call the audience of one, which is you draw out through attributes, personas that can allow me to target a single human being with a custom user journey as you may be following. What I would like to start with, and I think there is a huge debate about which end of the spectrum is the right sweet spot for a business to sort of make it the center point of their marketing mix. What I'd like to start with is asking each of our panelists that in your particular industry and your particular business, how do you go about finding your sweet spot, and if you're lucky enough to have found one, where does it sit?
So, hi everyone, I'm Prashant. I run a performance marketing agency called AdLift. So that kind of Vikas gives me the opportunity to work with different business models, different businesses. This could be B2B, B2C, each with very varied KPIs. And ultimately the sweet spot boils down to what your key performance indicator is. We manage budgets right from starting with a lakh and a half, going to a CR. The lakh and a half actually allows us to think outside the box, where we push ourselves to figure out how do we drive the partners' KPIs in that budget and then start to grow that out, versus a branding exercise which is more engagement, impression driven. So, in today's day and age, while we were chatting outside, when we're talking about bullseye and really laser targeted capabilities, this has evolved in the last 10 years. When Google started, the targeting capability was intent. So if someone's searching for blue shoes, that's your bullseye targeting. Then there was location, which was mapped into that. Today we're in a social media world where we can target right from folks who are accessing or consuming data through 4G, 3G, an iPhone X, a 6S, newlyweds. So, tons of targeting capabilities to really zone in on that 1:1, if you wish that is your core KPI.
That's a very interesting point you make, because I want to come back to you in a bit about how do you advise the client how to find their sweet spot. But before that, Karan, in your industry, how do you go about finding the sweet spot?
I think at the end of the day, it boils down to how much can you target, but at the same time, how much can you service the target audience that you identify, right? Yes, it is possible to identify specifically Vikas on social, but do I have a relevant message for you? Or do I have better ROI talking to people like you who are all possibly have the same interest and possibly have the same motivation? So, for example, when does somebody want to use a contact lens, right? It could be that I have an interest group which is about saying, Friday night, I want to go for a party, not sit at this conference, but want to go for a party, and therefore I'm looking for a contact lens because I don't want to wear my glasses there. At the same time, a different set of audiences are looking at that because they possibly want to attend a wedding, and it's a different creative, right? At the same time, there is an audience who's looking forward to a weekend with the family and therefore maybe looking for a solution. At the same time, there's a person who's preparing for an interview on a Monday and is possibly looking at the best look for that interview or for that meeting, right? It is best and most efficient if I can accumulate these groups and target them at a group level rather than at an individual level. It's possible, but it just doesn't give me the ROI.
Do you think, in terms of cost per transaction, does that value play a role in the choice of how much of your marketing dollars are going to be deployed behind precision versus broad-based targeting?
Absolutely, because at the end of the day, every person that I target has to lead to an acquisition cost, right? The cost of targeting that person, the cost of serving that ad to that person, and taking them through the journey. If my cost of acquisition is X and my transaction value is, for the sake of argument, 10X, makes sense. But if the cost of acquisition at that individual level turns out to be 5 times of what my transaction value or my lifetime value is going to be, it just doesn't make sense. I know it's not a very romantic question from a creative standpoint. It's a very hard-hitting science CFO kind of a question, CFO kind of an answer, but ROI has to play a role at the end of the day.
So forgive me for calling you Karan earlier. Now let me get to Karan. How do you look at things in Fab India in terms of the same perspective?
I'm just trying to figure out where to begin. Okay, so the way we look at it, the way I look at it is there are various reasons to be on digital and social. Targeting is one of those reasons. Because I think as brands, when you try and be on this ecosystem, you try and be in this ecosystem for various objectives. The objectives could be very different. One objective could be just simple reach and awareness. The other objective could be engagement. The third objective could be conversion. Simplistically put, three broad objectives. For each one of these three objectives, your definitions of ROI and your definitions of targeting and what kind of performance metrics, sorry about my throat, are very different. So, insofar as we are concerned, we choose our objectives, marry them with platforms which are best suited to deliver those objectives, and set matrices in place for each objective. So there is no simple answer to this ROI question. Now, the ROI question for an engagement campaign is very different from an ROI question on a conversion campaign. And an ROI question on conversion is very different from an ROI for reach and awareness. Your matrices of performance could vary from actual sales in case of conversion to brand uplifts in case of reach and awareness. So depending on what your objective is, you need to be picking your courses accordingly.
So like you said, it's about probably picking horses for courses. Let's talk about Signify for a minute. And I think you also have an interesting mix where your business has a huge amount of dependency on end users, but also on the influencers who actually play a big role in the purchase decision. Now, tell me, how does the game of targeting in your case work between these two different audiences?
So as you said, maybe on this panel, we are one of those oldest companies who are around. So before our name changed to Signify, we were Philips Lighting. We like to call ourselves a 125 years old company, 125 years old startup. So we're trying to get into the startup space because a lot of you might be familiar with lighting as the traditional lighting product that you bought for your home. But just for your information, lighting has made a huge transition. Today we are obviously talking about connected lighting, which does a lot of things, and it could actually personalize. Even in an office space, if all of you are sitting, it earlier used to be the same design. Today, the light sitting under which you are sitting can be personalized to give you the right colors. But let me not get into lighting here. So we believe that digital and social especially goes well or delivers ROI only when it's an integral part of the overall marketing campaign, including some of those spray and pray kind of media that you talked about, right? Also for us, I think we don't look at social as only one platform. We use different platforms differently. For example, as you said, we have a lot of B2B products, and we use LinkedIn, for example, for thought leadership, where we're not even talking about the product anywhere. We're talking about technology, we're talking about innovations, and those kind of platforms. Whereas, of course, on a Facebook, we would be more product-led very clearly. And maybe on a Twitter, we are providing a lot of updates of what's happening in our world. So I think we are looking at all these to create different kinds of engagement for the kind of audience that we have, so that it's just not about the products any longer, but a lot of dialogue. We launched a product which had a very unique shape. Now, one is to talk about that, but then we realized there was a photographer who had, just like a lot of photographs being clicked out here, he had used those lights very efficiently, and he had made a video of itself saying that how this light actually helps him shoot a thing. Now, that is something which we are now trying to amplify on our social platforms.
That's a very interesting point you made also about how it actually works in the context of an overall brand strategy where social media is one of the components. And I think we'd feel that consistently across the organizations, even in this group as we talk about. I don't think too many of us are thinking about a social strategy. Most of us are actually working towards a brand strategy and then seeing where does social probably make the most sense. And from that point on then to figure out what's the most efficient way of targeting it. Now, speaking of targeting, and let's come to the case of HP, because I think while most of, and if I may, with your permission, still call it legacy businesses, are still in the sort of huge shadow of mass media driving a large part of the attention. HP is probably on the other end of the spectrum where a large part of their marketing dollars have always gone behind digital. So since both the quantum as well as the length of time that they've spent, and you must have spent working on this, are there any things which sort of HP has learned which probably we haven't touched upon yet?
I think the best part of HP is our 70% marketing dollars actually go on digital. So I've worked across different industries. It used to be close to 20, at best 30%. And we used to say digital is taking too much and we don't have money left for TV and print. But HP being, because of the devices, because of the Gen Z whom you're targeting for the new devices, and the new technology features which is coming is also for them. And when you do more study on them, you realize they are all digital natives. So they are always on digital. So the only way is to survive or manage the brand relevance for them is to study them well on digital and then target them and then reach them. What we do at HP really well, and that's something which I would talk, where am I in this spectrum? We have very clear upper funnel and lower funnel. Upper funnel is all about brand, how do I reach, and then how do I engage with them. And each of the TG, because of the data, the big data which you have, the installed database which we have, that's the advantage which HP has. Because all the devices you buy, they can be tracked for the serviceability aspect of it. So that becomes the big data which goes in millions. And that data can be really analyzed to actually customize it, and not just customize. Customization, I would say, is old school thought. The traditional media used to segment and target and customize and position, but it's all about personalization. So this entire process of dynamic creative optimization and the programmability of that entire stuff is done really well. And that is what is the uniqueness of HP marketing. That's upper funnel.
Right.
And that's ultimately comes back to RAD, which we call as retain and then acquire and then develop them further and then feed it back into the big data.
You know, the bit you said about HP being a data-rich organization, and I completely understand that with every user you're capturing a huge amount of data. And then right next to you we have a company which not only captures but also generates data real time. And if HP is sitting on big data, I don't know if there's a term called massive data, but let's come to Myntra. Tell me, with the amount of information you capture as a platform already about people on your platform, how do you actually filter out that information overload and make sense of how to keep some sanity about targeting?
I think it's, yeah, it's back, yeah. I'll still go back to your first question, you know, because that's important to just at least add a perspective to. And, you know, I look at it a little differently from how do you sort of think about targeting versus, you know, spray and pray. So to my mind, it's actually two axes. There's an axis of why and what of marketing, which is your objective and what is the message. And then there's an axis of when and where, which is what time and, you know, on what platform you want to basically give that message out. I think from times immemorial, every marketer wants to target the user as close to the user journey from a relevance perspective as possible. Even the people who are traditional ATL marketers choose the time of the day, the show, the channel where they want to target, you know, so that they can get the maximum bang for the buck. So if you ask me, targeting has never been, you know, a desire to be there, you know, or never been a question whether you want it or not. It's always been a very innate desire, right? It's just that technology and digital allows you to do that much more effectively and be able to measure it. That's the only change, and it's only gonna grow more and more, right? So if you ask me on which side of the axis I would like to be, you know, targeting is there 100%. Even if there is a common message, you know, for the same objective, which has to go to everyone, you would still want to choose the context in which you want to give that message to the audience, which is targeting, even if the message is not different, right? So that is just from a overall perspective of how we think about targeting. Coming to the second question that you asked, which is how we look at the entire data, I think for us it's both about what we do on the platform, because there is a lot of engagement which happens on the platform, and what we do outside, which is on social and a lot of other digital channels. And I think for us it is trying to create a full user journey from when they actually first see our ad to actually when they come and engage and re-engage and sort of also churn out from the platform. And data can be extremely complicated. I think what I have realized over a period of time is if you just keep it simple, there is a lot of very first principles data that you have readily with you. I think big data comes, second or third in the entire journey. So very simple first click data of what user is trying to tell you or what user is trying to search from an intent perspective is powerful enough for being able to create enough relevant messages. And if you can do that well, I think we can actually get 60–70% ahead in the journey than trying to solve world of problems through big data. It's what I've seen. Although big data has a huge role to play in everything that we do.
So I think both you and Nilima, the interesting bit of what you're talking about, which is actually a good next thing to talk about. You both spoke about between customization and personalization of messages, depending on A, the awareness of who the user is, and B, the understanding of where in the user journey are we discovering that awareness. Now, what that means also in practical terms is we are now looking at also a model that needs probably to evolve, which needs to mass customize our messaging and therefore what we are talking to each of our users, right? Rohan, let me ask you a question on that. Now with that diversity, what do you think it does to the subject of storytelling, which we know is equally important to sort of, as marketers, we have a duty to entertain our audiences, right? So how do you deal with the subject of storytelling where there is pressure now to customize messaging into hundreds of thousands of assets?
See, at the end of the day, the job of the marketer is to tell a great story that changes perceptions, changes behaviors, changes attitudes. That's the holy grail that we are all trying to achieve here, whether you're on the creative side or you're on the client side, right? What targeting allows us to do is to tailor that story, but the story still needs to be powerful enough at the end of the day, right? I think the biggest change that these platforms are bringing is the way people consume media. And I know that sounds very obvious, but the one big change that it makes for the marketers is that even advertising is now no longer seen as advertising. At the end of the day, advertising is content that needs to entertain people, right? And we discussed this, backstage, that over time, it just seems that marketers got a little lazy. We all were guilty of that, right? We started out in the 70s, 80s, trying to entertain our audiences with interesting ads, right? And then we thought, okay, you know what? I've got that slot. Rather than spend effort and money and time on entertaining and building a great story, let me throw money behind making sure that the consumer sees it. I think with social media, the game is changing again. Today, it just takes 3 seconds, according to Facebook, for somebody to move on to the next thing in the newsfeed. Newsfeed today is just an infinite scroll, right? 3 seconds, that's all you have. So rather than solving for telling your story in 3 seconds, I think what we need to focus on is once we have the right audience, what do we say in those first 3 seconds to make sure that people stay on for the balance 27 seconds or 57 seconds or 10 minutes, right?
Well, that's a great point you're making because there's a lot of conclusions being drawn basis the restrictions being dictated by formats that if Facebook says it's 3 seconds or if YouTube is saying it's 7, I think it's also a function of the moral we draw out of that story, which is that the time I have to vomit my entire message? Or is that the time I have to actually capture somebody's attention so that they are intrigued enough to actually hear the rest of what I have to say? Now, while storytelling becomes therefore a tad more complex to hold people's attention in such a multifaceted environment. The other aspect of targeting is also bringing back the journeys to consumption funnels and sales, which is where probably businesses which have a pure online or a pure offline footprint have had legacy metrics of measuring that impact. Let me talk about the retail footprint of Fab India for a minute. And of course, all the messaging and targeting that you do on social media, eventually the metric of success is how many footfalls does it drive into your stores, right? How do you draw correlations and conclusions on ROI in that context, Karan?
I'm glad you asked this. Hello? I'm glad you asked this because I think for businesses like ours, which have a very large physical footprint, one of the key challenges always has been and will continue to be to drive the best returns from the investments that you made in real estate. And I think there are two ways of dealing with this situation. One way of dealing with this situation is to ensure the people that you already have shopping at your stores return to your stores more frequently and buy in greater volume and value. The other challenge, of course, is to get new people to enter your stores as first-time shoppers and get them to obviously purchase. One of the ways in which we've tried to deal with this is, using the large database that we have of shoppers with us, the mobile numbers, for example, that people share with us, and use that as a device to target current shoppers on, let's say, platforms like Facebook, where you are able to reach out to your current consumer, your current shopper, through custom targeting, and get them to consume ads or get them to consume stories or communications, which drive the brand message, which could sometimes be on just purpose-led storytelling, or sometimes could be on trying to convert a particular occasion of sale. Thereafter, also to use what you've used for custom targeting to create mirror audiences or lookalike audiences. Now, these are people who are not your shoppers or your current shoppers, but these are people who exhibit a certain amount of similarity in terms of interests, likes, predispositions. And thereafter, to get them to also be served communication which you think is going to be of relevance to them. The trick in all of this, of course, is to personalize that communication. Personalize that communication as best as you can based on interests. And thereafter, you look at what kind of lifts you have on both salience, which can be captured online as well as actual conversion that stores. Those are some of the things that we've done in the past. We've done it now for the last couple of years, and it's worked out pretty well.
So if I were to actually add to that, if your business model is obviously a little more complex because you're having engagements on social but measuring impact in stores. If you look at an organization like HP, it actually gets a little more complex than that because your retail footprint is physical, digital. Within e-commerce, it's exclusive versus multi-brand. And of course, there is the personalization that you spoke about, that there is top end of the funnel storytelling, which is about awareness, equity, and brand building. And then there is the bottom of the funnel, which is driving people closer towards the transaction. Now, if the Fab India matrix is a 2x2 matrix, yours is a lot more complicated. How difficult does that make optimization in your case?
I would answer this in two parts. One is definitely storytelling, because ultimately more you are going through big data, more you're trying to customize, personalize the messages, more it's like overload of information which lacks emotions, which ultimately doesn't bind people and drive preference any which ways. It's driven a lot by what's on the offer. So more online, more on offer. I'm sorry. Myntra and everyone, they've got used to getting such good deals there on, and it's very difficult to actually satisfy customers and consumers there. So it's important to balance the mix of what does the brand really stand for with the storytelling and ultimately drive conversion, which is the lower funnel. So little bit of difference I have in some of the panelists which spoke there, that what do I capture in 3 seconds? Actually, I can't capture anything in 3 seconds. And we recently did an experiment with Diwali when we were doing this ad for humanity and how technology can help bridge humanity. I was really surprised that in this era where no one is concerned about what's happening to humanity, suddenly the video was actually 45, it was 45-second video, and we could see the traction going on those content too. A lot of videos which we post online also is close to 1 minute. We were posting a video on security in your devices. That video was close to 1 minute 30 seconds, and I could see good traction. And then there are videos which I do, wherein even 5 seconds people don't want to see it. So now, is it 3-second philosophy? Is it storytelling? I would say it's storytelling, still powerful. And how do I actually track that? More powerful is my story. Better is my dynamic creative optimization. That is where I can actually personalize from the same story. How do I make it relevant to you in that context? And then finally say how much I can drive the lower funnel, which is the ROI. Now, ROI is always very, very driven by sales, and there is a separate motion and funnel which we need to run very, very effectively. So I have a mix and match model like Fab India. There is SMS, and then there is retailers and people and customers you read. That is a hygiene which we'll have to manage. There's no running away from it to drive ROI.
Karan, you've been itching to say something.
Yeah, I just want to, I think it's a point that's very well made, and it's been made slightly earlier as well. I just want to reiterate on that. From a targeting point of view, from a social digital media presence point of view, I think there is a difference in advertising and storytelling. And both have their own place under the sun.
I couldn't agree more.
Both have their place under the sun, but both are very different animals and need to be dealt with very differently. So while in the case of broadcast advertising, and broadcast advertising can happen on social and digital as well, there's no reason why it should be limited only to newspapers and televisions. There is always this challenge of, what interest will I get in the first 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 7 seconds. Somebody said that, I think, and I can't agree more. It's not about what you're delivering in the 3 seconds, but it is about, are those 3 seconds good enough for you to get the person hooked on for the balance 27 seconds? If those 3 seconds are not good enough, then the rest of the 27 seconds will never be seen. But that's advertising. On storytelling, and we do a lot of that in Fab India as well, we do a lot of stories which are a minute and a half, in some cases even 3 minutes, which are about craft trails. How is indigo made? How is chicken curry made? How does a craft cluster work? How does a karigar work? Some of these stories are longer format stories, relatively longer format stories. Anywhere between 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes. And these stories have got fabulous views, fabulous engagement, fabulous comments, fabulous shares. So I think there is a difference, and I just want to reiterate that advertising and storytelling are different things. They don't necessarily need to get mixed up with each other. And depending on what the objective is, there are ways of handling and doing that successfully.
And I think in today's environment, and I absolutely agree, because in today's environment, a brand cannot afford to be on a spectrum of looking at them as either or. It's got to be looking at the whole touchpoint environment in a way that I can actually start the story in a place. It's like any great story has 3 parts, right? Setup, conflict, and resolution. Today, what you can do is actually use the touchpoint diversity to make your overall story travel across platforms and make it more intriguing, rather than draw the line with formats and let them be a divide. Let me come back to the company that's been doing both advertising and storytelling for 120 years. Shukanto, some people would say, and look, I know I can vouch for it firsthand how exciting the category of lighting is. But to an average person, there's also a risk of eventually it being an electrician or a carpenter's company. How do you deal with the subject of engaging people through stories rather than interrupting them with your message?
So as I think Karan has been talking about this also, and I think all of us are talking about it, both have their own space, and storytelling clearly is an area which we have been actively using on the social media platforms there. Clearly, we have a, you know, you talked about just not, you know, we were talking a lot outside. Yes, for my home, I talked to the electrician, but let me give you a more complex example. So when I am selling to a government, we were lucky enough to get the opportunity to light up the Rashtrapati Bhavan, right? Now the customer is, of course, the Rashtrapati, but the work is being done by the Central Public Works Department, CPWD. Then there's a contractor in between.
Here's to the audience of one.
Yeah, literally. And everybody has their own, you know, preferences, what they want to see, because, you know, architecture lighting is as creative as it can get, right? There is no science behind it very clearly. Luckily for us, I think, you know, a lot of the government officials today are also on these platforms. So it is not, you know, it's somewhere we feel they are all fuzzy-duddy, but etc. But, you know, some of these officers are clearly have their own Twitter handles. They are doing a lot of promotions. And we pick up stories of what has happened when, you know, we have lit up such historical monuments elsewhere. And, you know, when the users themselves are creating that content and telling us the stories, they become powerful media to reach. For example, if it is an architect involved, another architect talking about how he has used these products, and sometimes, you know, we are not even mentioned in those stories, which is fine with us very clearly. We are looking at the impact out there. And those user-generated stories are what, you know, actually gets them hooked on, and we try to play on that versus our own stories that we can create. And the more we can get them to talk about it, I think that's where we have seen a lot of success there.
So let me now bring us back, and I think I love how we started on an extremely rational subject of data and targeting, and how we are now into the romantic space of storytelling. Let me bring it back right to the data, and Prashant, I have a question for you. Where most marketers obviously are spending a lot of imagination in finding and telling those stories, there almost seems to be this sort of drive between the beautiful world of stories and the statistical world of targeting. Would you want to talk about any example or a case where you may have actually seen a happy coming together of both?
Yeah, I do in fact. So, and I call that storyboarding. So from storytelling, if we are doing, you know, a good job of it, you want to start to storyboard it. And a recent example is a campaign that we did about 6 months ago, over a period of 6 months with an insurance company, starting with Father's Day, moving on to Raksha Bandhan and then Diwali. And what we did for the first time for them, or even the brand tried out, was, so we did digital first videos. So these didn't air offline. This was for consumption on social media. And then we said, hey, why don't we bucket this campaign into two parts? One is performance, very performance driven, which is, even though it's a video, we want to generate quotes, we want to generate insurance quotes for you. And then the other is a brand play. And based on these two segments, we'll make a decision on whether we want to do the same thing again, pick one bucket versus the other, was the general preface. So when we launched the Father's Day campaign, folks that had viewed that video for about 10 seconds saw the second one. And the ones that saw both saw the third one. And then the brand monies that was put was like an A/B test, was you know, your show up and throw up, or, you know, pray and spray model. And obviously the storyboarding worked out, because this is someone that engaged with the brand video for the first time. There was recall, engaged again, the same people, and then the third time over again. So there was a strong brand recollection that happened from that perspective. And not to mention, obviously, you know, performance metrics. So what you would have done with 3 videos, setting aside the same amount of budget, aimlessly hitting about on the folks that didn't watch it for more than 10 seconds, like, bounced off in 3 seconds, would have spent a lot more. So a lot of, performance efficiencies were drawn into that. So, I think there's a marriage between storytelling, storyboarding, and data, which is what, again, is your bullseye marketing.
If, and I like the way the sequential stories, and if you were to look at it from a cost point of view, you could literally argue that for every subsequent piece of story, because of the impact the first story had created, your cost per view or your cost per reach progressively started coming down, which is a very emotional piece of content creating a very rational argument in favor of itself. So while that's fabulous, I think the bit and a company which does, partly because of the business it's in, and I think fashion lends itself naturally to both great visual content as well as the entire mythology and storytelling of fashion. And Myntra obviously has been probably one of the earliest companies off the block when it comes to customizing, entertaining and interesting content for people, and literally using that to not only entertain them but also drive values and sales. Is there any example from your experience, Sachin, that you want to talk about where, again, this happy coming together of data and mythology worked really well for you guys?
I think customizing the messages is an extremely important part of our campaign targeting. And as I was sharing with you, backstage also, one of our biggest events is end of season sale. In June last year, when we did that sale, after we had a clarity on what's the overarching theme of the campaign, then we looked at a lot of our data, both from a psychographic standpoint as well as from the actual purchase behavior standpoint. And we were able to create, almost 30 to 40 segments or micro segments of consumers. For each micro segment, depending on the context in which they would want to see the content or the message, and the kind of message that they want to see in that context, as well as add to that a layer of the kind of visual imagery that will go along well with that context. We created almost close to 40,000 different creatives to serve those set of segments, 30, 40 segments. And when we sort of looked at the entire ROI funnel at the end of the campaign, I think there was a 2x lift which happened particularly because of being able to get the right context. And if we had done nothing but just put in the right context, we would have hopefully got that lift. But there was a 4x lift, because we were able to customize the creative both visually and from a copy standpoint for that customer, just to build on your point earlier as well. I think, as I was saying in the beginning, technology allows you to automate a lot of these things now, which is the beauty of it, right? You would have really desired to do this by having like hundreds of people in your team to be able to do that on a regular basis. Tech allows you to do that, and I think it's getting into a zone where you can really beautifully marry the emotional and psychographic data, which comes from offline research a lot, with the transactional data from the online, and really get the right message across. And that's something we are trying to do at scale now with every large campaign that we do.
So to round things up, I'm going to ask you one rapid fire question. I need a one-word answer from each one of you. Imagine this as a Venn diagram where one circle is the whole universe of social media content, and the other circle is the entire universe of precision targeting that data fuels us to do. What's the one word you'd put at the intersection of the two? I need a one-word answer in any particular order.
Context.
Fabulous. What else? And after this, we're opening up for, I think we have time for probably 2 questions. One word. I told them outside there'll be a trick question.
You didn't tell us about this question beforehand. But you
Should have
tricked
prepped us
us
for this question.
actually.
And our 8th grade math is a little weak with the Venn diagram, so.
So let me just sum up the few words that I thought stuck out, and I think it might be a good way to summarize the big pointers that are coming out of it. Personalization is one clear theme which I think all of you laid a lot of emphasis on, and drawing the difference between communication and content, which is messaging versus entertainment, I think is another thing we need to be conscious of. The one word that actually I would put in the middle of the two words is going to be empathy towards the two universes, and lensing everything from the point of view of the consumers we wish to serve rather than the customers we wish to acquire. And I think any brand that's drawing that line very well is where that was like the common theme of a lot of the success stories that you guys spoke about.
Well said.
So with that, we could take probably 2 questions if there are any, or we could get out of your way and put you into the next session. Any questions? Yes, please. Could somebody hand that gentleman a mic, please? Could you also point out to which panelist would you want to address your question?
In terms of the analytic metrics and everything, I am considered as a person who has intent, a person who is interested in that product. I get targeted each and every platform I'm going for the next few weeks, few days, and automatically it turns out to be a blind spot for me. I don't want to work that ad any longer. So in that scenario, how does brands or marketers decide, okay, this is the limit of targeting a user? And then deciding that what should be that limit.
Till you don't buy. So we continue doing that till you buy. The minute you buy, and you try this when you go home, just buy the product, you won't see the ad again.
Yeah, so we get like weekly reports saying these are the 50 people who've seen the ad 15 times and still not bought. So we're like, okay,
Leave
50
them,
more times.
Leave them alone.
I would say as consumer, make the job of marketeers easier. Once you've seen the ad 4 times, at least buy. Or at least give a comment to it, at least do something about it. Otherwise, you'll be haunted by 15 times. But on a serious note, from marketing point of view, obviously, if I wanted, I know that at least 4 to 5 times, because you're also busy, there are multiple things, there are too many priorities, and you might forget, right? So if you add it to a cart, it's my job to remind you, you might have forgotten. I would remind you 3 times, 4 times, but even if you have still not done it, then I would rather save my money and target those who are really interested. At least they have responded. So that's where the media optimization on social media can be done. Beyond that, it depends. If there is a brand who wants to target 10 times, 15 times, it depends on what's the KPI of that.
So for me, it would also depend on what the category is, what the brand is, whether it's a new brand, whether it's an established brand, and so on. So typical media principles that you apply for TV advertising, the reason why you decide for certain brands and certain campaigns, you need a 3+ versus a 7+. Similar things you would apply even on a digital campaign.
One last question. Yes, please.
My question is to actually Nilima. Nilima talked about getting the data for the millions of customers that you have for your servicing requirement, which you eventually would use for marketing. Now, my question comes from the likes of GDPR getting into the European Union, but we may expect something of the same kind to kind of translate into India very soon, because most of the companies are working from India. So how do you deal with this kind of scenario when you will have to face it eventually?
Nilima, before you answer that question, let me compliment that gentleman for bringing it up. Because, to be honest, that deserves a session of its own. And we consciously chose 45 minutes is probably not enough time to do justice to it, but you could give him a Twitter response.
It's a brilliant and relevant question today because social media and the importance of it. The devices which we bring to consumers has all security and privacy because of the same factor. On social media, you can reach to the people only who have consented. If you have not consented, we can't reach you, right? And you always have an option. Any website, be it any of the players, any of the competition brands which we see, any of the other brands which you want to buy, there's always a clause. You have to check whether you agree or you disagree. The moment you disagree, we don't reach you, right? So GDPR is strong, and HP actually follows that very clearly globally. In India too, it's applicable. It's not that in India it's not applicable. So that's taken care of. Having said that, the people who are interested to know more, it's important as a brand we reach them because they are interested to know more. The people who are interested to get more customized messages rather than irrelevant messages to them, it's important that we serve them messages and content which is relevant to them. And the moment you find the content relevant, it's important I keep you interested in my brand. So I will keep serving you the content which is actually then engaging to you for the brand. And once you are too interested to buy my product, I have to serve you an option to buy the product as well. So the tracking of the journey will happen to the database where they have consented. Did I answer you?
Yeah, and if I can
Thank
just cap that off, I think the aspect of consent, and this is something we are proactively recommending to most of our clients. Permission is a tricky subject, and it boils down to the soul of the organization of how engaging stroke interruptive you want to be. And I think responsible organizations are already moving towards the principle of opt-in rather than opt-out, which is where you are seeking permission and not presuming it. And I think at a fundamental level, while policies and laws will take their time to evolve, at a principle level, that's the choice every company needs to make and then act according to it. And while it may make a difference to your transactions, it can also have a reverse impact on your equity. And it's for the company to choose what's more important.
And if I may just bring that back to targeting, I think it's a tussle between how much are you legally or regulatory wise allowed to know about a consumer versus as a brand, how much can you let on to the consumer that you know about them, right? So ultimately, if I can personally target Vikas here saying that, you know what, you're going to this conference, so how about dress for it? But that's just a little too creepy.
Yeah, and just really quickly, this is a conversation I was having at a different conference, but alludes to this is, we were talking about how ad blocking is bad for business, whereas it's not. It's actually, it's awesome because you don't want to show an ad or to someone who's already not in the game to actually see the ad. So I feel, brands are understanding that, respecting, lines that are being drawn by consumers. Frequency capping is in place for that gentleman over there who's continuously seeing the same ad. So brands are adopting to that because it's beneficial for both sides of the table.
Great. So with that, I think we have really run out of our time. You can continue that over the bar in the next 5 minutes. I'm going to really have to wrap this session. Thank you guys for being a fabulous audience. You've been really patient. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, but I'll request you to please stay with us for another minute. May I request Mr. Puneet Anand, Senior General Manager and Group Head Marketing, Hyundai Motor India, to please join us on stage to give the token of appreciation to our panelist and the session chair. I know the day has been too long and we are losing on energy, but we can applaud for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can we have a group photo, please? One group picture. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, my friends, as I had been mentioning, that if you participate in the Hindu quiz that I had been talking about since morning, so you might get to win certain prizes. So there have been a lot of people who have participated. I would like to announce their names. The winners, apparently, who are going to be taking home some surprise, which I'm unaware of. But to do the honors, may I request Neeru Salat from Zonal Business Head North, The Hindu, to please join us on stage. And I'm sure as the lady is joining us on stage, the applause must go on. Thank you. Let me announce the names. I'm going to call all the names one by one quickly so that we can proceed further. Saloni Culture Machine. Is Saloni with us from Culture Machine? Nikhil Verma from OK. Varun Vijay from Cisco. Adhar Bhardwaj from Messe Frankfurt, India. All right, there is someone, I think, yeah? Coming off, okay. DK Mathur from Publications. Punita Malhotra from FFB. Ajit Kumar from Kushigram. Dr. Sunil Gupta from ERU. Jayant Sharma from Anshanukriti Communication. Akshay Kumar from Medley. Kunal Saxena from Amar Ujala. Atish Mandal from Heritage Worldwide. Ankit Arora and Vikrant Dhawan. Our winners for the quiz that we had been mentioning. Still there is time for others to win the prizes. All you need to do is keep tweeting, and you know where to tweet #PitchCMO. So don't miss on that, because there are certain prizes backstage waiting to go with you tonight. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. All right, my friends, it's time now for our penultimate session, or if I may say, we are moving to the 5th gear as we call on stage Mr. Puneet Anand, Senior General Manager and Group Head Marketing, Hyundai Motor India. Mr. Anand is an automobile professional with over 21 years experience in automotive marketing, sales, and service operations. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Puneet Anand on stage.
So good evening, everybody. How are you? No, I think everybody is almost dead now. So I think it is my job also not to share some presentation, but ensure that everybody, every soul sitting in this room is alive, is excited, and I think is looking forward to what I'm going to share with you in the next 30 minutes or so. So all of you with me? Now that's more like it. So friends, today when I was listening to some of the conversations, and I think that was a very apt kind of a topic. Why? Because today when we are talking about marketing, we are actually talking of a transition. A transition from a typical marketplace to the place which our customers are now coming to. And I think when this topic was shared with me, which was on the transition phase, it was very exciting. And why it was so? Because when we talk especially of the automotive industry, and I'm sure it is true with the other industries also, we are talking of an inflection point. We are talking of a strong change which is happening in the people, the consumers, and ourselves as we speak forward. And if we are not adapt to this change, and if we are not going to transit ourselves, then probably we will be losing a lot going forward. Today when we talk of automotive industries, which I represent for the last 21 years or so, people always call us as a transport solution provider. Am I right? And that's what I think all of you would be thinking, yes, Hyundai Motor India is a company whose job is to give us vehicles which can help us to transport. But today, I can tell you one thing, that once upon a time, Hyundai was a car company. And I mean it. Why? Because today, an automobile company cannot sustain if we are just a transport solution provider. And today, I am very honored to say that Hyundai has not transitioned itself from being a transport provider to a future mobility solutions provider. And what do I mean by future mobility? A future mobility would largely mean three pillars. Mobility, which is clean mobility. Mobility, which is shared mobility. And mobility, which is connected mobility. Shared mobility, I am sure you'll be aware of the changes which are happening as far as Ola, Rev, Zoom Car, so on and so forth is concerned. Clean mobility, I think the revolution we will see in the coming time when India will be full of electric vehicles and zero emission vehicles. And the third pillar which I am talking about is the connected mobility. In fact, today in this room, is there anybody who's not connected? Is there anybody in the room who doesn't want to be sharing his social media contacts with his or her dear ones? So today, the car also has become an extension of the connectivity platform. And that is where, as an automobile provider, we are transforming ourselves from a transport solution to a mobility solution. But then, as a marketeer, we all have our stories. And when we plan any campaign, there are three big questions which come to our mind. And those questions are in front of you in the screen. The first, obviously, I think in the last session we talked a lot about content, the story, the plot. And this story largely means that what and how are we going to talk to our customers. That is our audience. That's the first big question which we as a marketer has to address. And the second question is the engagement. Where are our consumers and how we are going to engage these consumers. And the third most important question now is the reach for our consumers. And that reach would mean that how do we ensure that our story or our plot reaches to the right audience. And when we are talking of transitioning from a traditional platform to a new generation platform, I think digital would be one of the areas which is going to change the way marketeers have been doing their job. Let me take you 1 year back in the year 2018. And why this year is important for us? Because I'm sure most of you who have driven our first product, the Hyundai Sentro, was launched in 1998. 20 years hence, in 2018, was the 2 decades of Hyundai in India. And that was a very important occasion for us. It was a moment for us to celebrate the strength, the confidence, the commitment, and the support we got from this country, India. A company which was hitherto unknown in 1998, Hyundai Motor India Limited, has become the buzzword and the car of choice for the customers in these next 20 years. So we thought, what would be the celebrations which we would do on those 20th years of glorious history which we have in this country? And we conceived a plan called the 20 years of brilliant moments. And that was the plot, that was the first pillar which I talked to you about, the story or the plot. But what are brilliant moments? Everybody in this room can have their brilliant moments. And those brilliant moments come from our everyday life. In fact, when I talk of our own generation, and I go back to 1975 and 1980s, I think ours is the only generation which would have seen the era of black and white TVs. Our generation has seen the fact that we used to climb on the roof to remove the antenna to see that the signal has come or not. And then came the generation of VCRs, came the generation of pagers, the frenzies of Walkmans, and eventually all of that is a history. But today, somewhere in the mind, when these things come to our brain, we feel very much connected with them. And that was the thought with which we went forward. We said that these 20-year brilliant moments are basically something which a person would always prize as the memories of the past. And if we were able to envelop those memories of the past with the brilliant heritage of Hyundai in India in the last 20 years, we can have something which we call it an emotional connect with an audience. And that was when our campaign of 20 years of brilliant moments with Hyundai was conceived. And I'm sure many of you would have seen that campaign which we did last year, which not only became one of the trend-setting campaign, but also was taken by Google as one of the case studies in their global, because the most watched advertisement on digital last year was the Hyundai's Brilliant Moment campaign. In fact, when we talked about of crowdsourcing, because we wanted the people of India to watch this campaign, we went ahead with first getting stories, because we wanted people to come and share what were their brilliant moments of life. Obviously, in each of that brilliant moment, how an Hyundai car can be intertwined was some of the thoughts which we had given to the customer. And after that, it was a magical moment for us. The kind of stories and the kind of content which we were able to create on the digital platform was phenomenal. And with that, not only we were able to stir a lot of emotions to the people, but also the people were able to connect that the car is not only a mode of transport, a car is a mode of emotions, a car is a mode of family moments. And that is what our campaign of Brilliant Moments of Hyundai did for us. And in fact, when I talk of some statistics, the two videos which we had created, which were used as a seeded videos to get stories from the customers, got a phenomenal 500+ million views during the month when it was launched. 1 month, 500+ million views. In fact, when we talk of the unique visitors, 221 million unique users, and also 84 million people watched the complete video. It was not that they watched and they skipped, they watched the complete video, which was 3 to 4 minutes, because it was a story of a lifetime, a story of a family. So 84 million people watched, and we had more than 544,000 subscribers coming to our digital platform, and also with a collection of 18,000 stories around the Hyundai cars only, whether it was the Sentro or the Accent, because at that point of time we had 2 models in place. So that was the strength of this campaign, which was only reached on the digital platform. And we at Hyundai really prize that going forward, such activities can be very well judged only on the digital platform. And why that is so is my next slide, which we did a survey with Google. And we said that what is the ROI for this campaign, how we can measure that. And Google came up with some statistics after they shared, which was also an eye-opener, that when we surveyed the people, they said that almost 33% of the people recalled having seen this advertisement from Hyundai. That was the strong penetration this ad had on the minds of the people. Secondly, in terms of the brand perception increased by almost 20%, which was again a very strong, because no ATL campaign, no TV campaign can give you such kind of a brand perception increase. And also the purchase intent for the customers for a Hyundai product also went up by almost 18%. So with this campaign, which was almost 2 to 3 months, and then after that we launched the all-new Sentro, which was the 20 years gift again to the country, actually became a very big case study. And that was the kind of reviews which we received on the media. It was as a trending #1 story on the brand equity leaderboard story. And also lot of media, lot of people who actually owned Hyundai cars, customers who owned Hyundai cars, were really talking gaga about this campaign. And that gave us a confidence that yes, the plot was good, the engagement was good, and the reach was phenomenal. So that was one of the ideas which I thought I must share with you, so that at least everybody sitting in this room can understand that yes, going forward, when you have a great story, when you have a great engagement, there is no way that you cannot succeed in any of these campaigns, because when we talk from the hearts of the people, I think the job is already done. So that was one of the story which I wanted to talk about. But at the other end, as a marketeer, we also look at products. And when I'm talking of product, I think one product which all of you know must be talking about is our next launch, which is coming shortly, is the all-new sub-4-meter compact SUV, the Hyundai Venue. And why I'm sharing this story of Hyundai Venue with you? Because this product, I'm very confident, is going to create a history. History in terms of customer connect, history in terms of our second pillar, which I talked to you, is the pillar of connected mobility. Because this will be the first car which will be truly connected in terms of telematics, advanced media connect for the customers as they move forward to remain connected with their friends and family members. So, when we were thinking of conceptualizing the campaign of Venue, we thought that should we be talking about the product, or is there something else which we can talk about? And that's where I want to share some of the details of the campaign which we conceived for the Venue. In fact, the Venue TG, or the target audience which we all call it, is a very different. He is a Gen Z customer, definitely. He is very progressive, he is very stylish, but for him, everything he is doing, he is looking at something called as a third space. And what is this third space? The third space is nothing but after the first and the second space. And as we all know that the first space for a person is his home, where he spends maximum time. The second space for a person is his office. And the third space now, I think I'm sure you must be agreeing to me, has become our car. Because the maximum time which we spend after our house and office is the car. People who commute from Gurgaon to Delhi every day, I think can vouch for that. And that is where we thought that this third space is something which is going to change the way people will drive cars. If your third space is going to give you that style, if that third space is going to give you that connectivity, if that third space is going to give you your family member relationship, everybody, and ease of driving, then your job as a car manufacturer also is done. And that is where our connected mobility platform also got born. So when we were conceptualizing, one of the biggest feature for this product was its ability to connect with a human. So we called it a human technology car. A car which not only gives you mobility, but a car which gives you a great experience. And that's why to do this campaign, we first started off with a campaign for educating the people on connectivity. What connectivity is all about? Unless and until you don't do the education, your meaning of the campaign gets lost. And after that, things like creating excitement and eventually the launch of the product, which is the fourth phase, eventually is going to happen because the first three phases are already over. Now let me connect to the first thing, which was the education. And I'm sure nowadays on your TV, you must be looking at a very beautiful lady, which is nothing but the personification of the connected car feature, which is called the Hyundai Blue Link. Because unless and until we do not share what this Blue Link is about, the entire jargon or the entire text of the connectivity will be lost. So we started off with our campaign on popularizing the concept of Blue Link in the form of a lady or humanoid who's always with you in your third space as your alter ego, who's always there to support you, whether in terms of looking at GPS, navigation, SOS, so many things which you can do with this connected car. In fact, there are 33 strong features which you can do sitting in your car, whether it is starting the car remotely, switching on the AC, so on and so forth. And all this is done very intelligently by this Blue Link feature which we have given in the car. So now, having given this information to the customer in terms of education, we did lot of exciting opportunities. And what were those things? Because since these were the Gen Z millennial customers, we wanted to connect with the ideas which actually they could understand. And that's why on 17th of April, when this car was globally unveiled at the New York International Auto Show, and parallelly being unveiled in India also, we sent 4 strong influencers from lifestyle technology to New York to cover the feature of Blue Link to the customers. So as the product was being unveiled in New York, these people, and I'm sure you must be knowing some of them, mostly Saint, Technical Guruji, Mumbaikar, Nikhil, so on and so forth, they're very strong influencers. They were there in the New York Auto Show covering our entire car talking about the features, the connectivity, and obviously very strong features which this car has in terms of technology and also in terms of powertrain and definitely in terms of connectivity. Because today, the audience will not look at paper advertisements, they will not look at TV advertisements. What they're looking at are these videos, these influencers whom they follow very strongly and whose words are always taken for granted. Okay, yes, whatever he's saying would be right. So to engage the mind space of these young customers, we engage these influencers for our second level of campaign, which was educating the customers. And then, how can we forget our media? Because they are our family friends, they are our members. So parallelly, when this car was being unveiled in India, in New York, we were doing, and these pictures which are there on your screen are not any pictures taken from it, they're real pictures. We unveiled the car as a creating excitement in the middle of the Arabian Sea on board a ship, a cruise liner from Mumbai to Goa on 17th of April, parallelly as the car was being unveiled in the New York Auto Show. Now this was the excitement which we were able to create, because if you see the name itself, the Hyundai venue speaks of the third space which we are talking about. Any place, we are sitting in this hotel, it's a venue. We are sitting in our home, it's a venue. We are on the ship, is a venue. So everything which we are talking about is a venue in itself. So a car, a space which would give you your meaningful interactions is a venue for yourself. And that was where we launched the product on board a ship, and you can see these glorious images. We had worked on a lot of drones so that we could capture the car in full glory, and this was also related live because all media was there, they captured these images, and it became suddenly one of the most trending topic. The hashtag venue became one of the most trending topic of 17th of April, and you can check all the records which I am talking to you. So those are some of the ideas with which we thought that we need to also change ourselves, we need to change the way we are communicating with the customers, we also need to change the way we bring content on the table of our customers. As an organization, we feel that it is our responsibility to give that meaningful mobility to the customers. And when it comes to these meaningful mobilities, I think we will always be there in the forefront to ensure that our communication, our content, our technology, and our products are always there to support the customer, not in terms of transportation, but in terms of a very strong mobility solution provider. And I'm sure once this car will be launched on 21st of May, which is also the fourth phase of our launching, you will further see a lot of excitement happening as we speak about. So friends, these were some of the ideas which I thought I will share with you, and I'm sure you all would have awoken to some of the new things which we as a marketeer should be doing, we as a service provider should be doing, and also as a people, as a family, how we can really change the way we have been talking about emotions. And one of the topic which we also heard about was the AI as far as the emotional marketing is concerned. So with this, I finish my presentation, and any questions, please feel free to ask me. Yeah. Yes. 20 years emotion, yes. No.
That was the next thing which one would anticipate, that once you push it again, because Sancho was something which people were wanting.
Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah.
So people had those anticipations that once you are coming back, and out there are success stories of Korea,
yes,
which didn't work earlier, works super this time. So was that also an intent behind
See,
the brand and the campaign?
so I think rightly said, obviously, there are two schools of thought always. When I talk of a marketeer, my job is to ensure that my brand is recalled the most. But yes, obviously, there are certain agendas in terms of sales. But I will not talk about sales. Why? Because when we started this campaign, if you remember, before this Brilliant Moments campaign, we also started a campaign on digital platform which called, what will you name the new product from Hyundai? Actually was the Great Indian Naming Ceremony. We gave the choice to the audience that here there is a car which is coming to you in the month of October, and this is a family car, this is for these target audience, and please choose the name what you want to give. And believe me, we had 18 lakh entries for the product, out of which 73% entries which we received were again for the brand name Centro. So that was the connection a customer of India had with the Centro. And I'm sure some of you would have used Centro and would again vouch for it, because Centro is a very strong, and we used to call it the complete family car way back in 98 when we launched it. And we now call it the favorite family car, because the complete family car has transitioned itself to become the favorite family car. So that was the theme with which we actually did a lot of exciting engagement with the customers during the last year when we launched the Centro.
Okay. Thank
Any
you
other
so
questions?
I guess
Okay,
if there, I'm
thank you.
so sorry, I'm intervening in between. If there are any question, you can please feel free to ask a bit later, though, so we can proceed further. But before, sir, we say thank you to you for your time that you saved and you came here. I would like to call Mr. Vivek Saxena, National Sales Head, Branded Content, MX Player, to please join us on stage to give the token of appreciation to sir. Thank you so much, sir. As we wind down the evening, as tradition goes, the norms is end things on a sweet note, I would say. And what better way than having our valedictory address being delivered by none other than Mr. Rajesh Ramakrishnan, MD, Perfetti, Van Mel, India. Perfetti has been the home to eminent brands like Chupa Chup, Mentos, Center Fresh, Center Fruit, Happy Day, including sales, marketing, and general management in Asia across categories like personal care, household care, foods and beverages, confectionery, and media. His topic for the evening is tailor-made, personalizing mass communication. So ladies and gentlemen, without taking any time of yours, please put your hands together and welcome him on stage. I can assure he's the last speaker. Let the enthu be a little more. Can we? Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. I know that I'm aware that I stand between you and cocktails. So I promise to make this session number one short and number two hopefully engaging as well. Can I have a pointer? Say that again? Yeah, I thought I'll start on a healthy note and then we'll see how it goes. Okay, so what I thought I'll do was, before I started talking about mass personalization, I thought let me take you back 50 years. Yeah, let's rewind a little bit. And of course, we are all familiar with this iconic movie. Which one? Any guesses? Godfather. And we've all heard this line, right? Which says, it's not personal, Sonny, it's strictly business. Yeah. And that was an iconic line from that time. And I was thinking that if you sort of now fast forwarded 50 years and think about what a marketeer would like to say, it'll probably sound something like this. It is personal and it is business. Yeah. So personalized, mass personalization or personalized communication, I think is a very critical way of actually generating business for brands and something that marketeers and brands need to look at pretty seriously. So in the next 15 minutes, what I'll do is I'll just talk a little bit about the what, why, and the how, and really end with giving a few examples which I think stand out today. And obviously, there are lessons to be learned from those examples. So, I mean, if you go back to the genesis of where this whole personalization thing came from, I think it finds its roots in, luxury marketing. There were few people who were rich, famous, had a lot of money to spend, and really wanted something which was a personal thing for them. And literally, that's how this whole thing of tailoring to your needs came about. So if you go back, it's about London Savile Row, where there was Janta who bought shirts and suits from the market, and there were people who got it tailored a particular way, all right? And that's where it started from. But however, as things went along, a lot of it started getting democratized, right? So there were more and more people saying, hey, why should it only be for those kind of people? Why can't I also start to have personalized experiences? And that's how it started getting democratized over time. And really, the process of using data to get seemingly one-on-one communication, where the person feels that I am being talked to, is really what personalization and mass personalization is all about. And if you look at it as to why is something like this important, of course, one is that it gets consumers emotionally invested in the offering. So what does that mean? As a consumer, I would love to be spoken to one-on-one. I would like to have that connect with the brand or the product that I'm using. And once that connect or the relationship is established, I'm then much more amenable to building a strong cohort with that brand, talking about it to other people, and really being a brand evangelist, right? So that's what matters. Second, of course, it makes me feel special because somebody is talking one-on-one to me, and that's something that obviously works for me. And last but not the least, if you really look at it, today, thanks to people, the advent of internet and the digital options, there is a lot more self-expression that happens. So in a way, the personalization is really about a reflection of the self-expression that consumers have in today's context, right? So these are some reasons why mass personalization would make sense from a consumer point of view. Having seen the what of it and the why of it, if you really look at how one could go about doing it, I think there are a couple of learnings here in terms of what could be used in terms of the how of personalization. I think the first one is around cultural insights and how that can be leveraged. Now, it's no rocket science to say that all brands and marketeers look at using insights, right, to build their propositions, whether it is product propositions or the communication propositions. And if the insight is also rooted in the culture and the local traditions, it makes it even more powerful. So therefore, one of the key things to look for is how do I leverage insights and those cultural insights in order to make it more relevant and meaningful to the consumer. The second part of it is really around how do I empower consumers, right? And actually give them the power of choice. Now, if you look at it, consumers would like to have the option of selecting stuff. So if I am able to tell them that, look, this is what you need, but I can offer this to you in 5 different colors, in 4 different shapes, and basis your choice and preference, you could sort of tailor make it to suit your needs, right? That empowers me and makes me feel a little bit more closer to the offering that's being put forward. And last but not the least, again, thanks to the massive digital footprint that we leave behind today through the various mechanisms and means that we use, there's a lot of data floating around. Some of them we give voluntarily out. Some of them get collected as we trawl through the various forums of internet. And all that data can be sort of analyzed and used to tailor make things for the consumer, sometimes with their knowledge and sometimes not necessarily with that. But at the end of it, that data is a powerful mechanism for personalizing a lot of offerings and content. So if you look at it, I think these are 3 ways I thought in which you could personalize for the masses. And what I thought I would do was in the next 3 or 4 charts, just share a couple of examples of how some brands have really done this in a very nice and meaningful manner. So the first one I'd like to talk about, again, one of the things I've done also is in the true spirit of being non-intrusive, I've not plugged any Perfetti brand into this presentation. Yeah. So the one example I would like to take is Coca-Cola. We all are familiar with the brand. So one of the things that they said was, Coca-Cola, of course, stands for happiness, open happiness. There was a campaign that they did in the summer of 2011 in Australia, where they said, why don't we do one thing in order to make it a little bit more personal? Let's take the Coke bottles, one side of the label, let's personalize with names. So they picked up the top 150 names in the country, through most common names that are being used, and they sort of put that into their labels, and they started that as a campaign about, share your Coke kind of a thing. Now, what happened was this became a massive hit, and then it got expanded to almost 50 plus countries. And when Coca-Cola looked at it for India, what they said was, can we take it one step ahead? One, of course, is to find the most common names, but India being such a diverse country, I guess that would have been a massive challenge in terms of getting names that are truly common across the country. So what they did was, when they did some work, they found that one of the most relevant things from a cultural point of view is relationships, right? So there's a lot of importance attached to relationships in the country. And it's not just about the relationship. So it could be bro, it could be dad, it could be mom, but the meanings around the relationship were also very important. So what did they do? They said, instead of putting names like Rahul and Shrikant and Neha, they said, let's use relationships, and they did a whole campaign around having the labels with various relationships, right? And they did a whole sort of communication around it, which really elevated the brand and made it, reach out to consumers at a mass level, yet personalized it to a large extent. So what we'll do is now just see a couple of copies which sort of actually bring out this point. Can we have the sound, please? Should I go back?
अबे दोस्त तो सारे भाग गए थे ना यार, पर साथ तो तूने खाई पिटाई, इसलिए आज से तू मेरा भाई। मतलब और पिटाई। हर रिश्ता बोला मेरा नाम की कोका कोला, मेरा नाम की कोका कोला।
I mean, another one, another example of that.
मुझे ही करना पड़ता है सब कुछ। अभी किचन अनपैक कर रही हूँ, उसके बाद लिविंग रूम एंड देन डाइनिंग रूम। आई मीन, सांस लेने का भी टाइम नहीं है।
वो भी ऐसे ही बैठे बैठे मेरे काम का क्रेडिट खा जाता है। प्लीज कंटिन्यू बेबी।
हर रिश्ता बोला मेरे नाम की कोका कोला।
That's a true example of cultural insight. It got a lot of you at least relating to it and nodding vigorously. Yeah. So again, great example of how the brand leveraged that to get to a beverage is of course sold widely across the country. Yet there was a large element of personalization in it, right? Another example is Nike again, right? So this actually Nike did stuff even way back in 1999. And I quote from one of their CEOs at that point of time, who said Nike's goal is to get more personal, but at scale, right? So they talked about it even back in 1999. And over the years, what they have tried to do is, if you see that example on the right, you order a pair of shoes, and then you can change the color of the pair to whatever you would like. You can even have something printed on it, which is very, very exclusive to you, right? So you could do all sorts of customization with it. And the point was they launched something called Consumer Direct Offense, right? Which was all about saying, how can I drive business and growth for the brand, yet in a very customized and personalized manner? And that's something that has been in their DNA for the last 20 odd years. And they have, in fact, taken it one step further in terms of backward integrating it in actually buying out two companies which are huge on data analytics. So they actually picked up two companies called Zodiac and Invertex over the last few years, to which actually enable them to churn all this data and try and personalize it as much as possible. And of course, supported by the data that they collected from the Nike app and the Nike loyalty points. So again, a great example of how a brand with an attitude has actually managed to take personalization to the next level. Another interesting example is, again, Amazon, right? All of us are familiar with the brand. It's been in India for a few years now. And again, here Jeff Bezos laid out long ago saying that we need to find a way to sort of understand what the consumer behavior has been online, to figure out what they are looking for, what they are not looking for, form a sort of a pattern around the consumer, and then make sure that you deliver offerings which are tailored to the pattern, right? So I'm sure all of us recognize these things when we see, when we are shopping online, which is recommended for you, frequently bought together, or customers who bought this item also looked at, right? These are some things that we see, which actually comes out of something called affinity analysis, where they really look at patterns in terms of what you pick up, what are some of the things that you prefer, you don't prefer, and then sort of guide you in the direction of where they would like to take you. The whole idea being, how do I keep maximizing the value of the ticket size, right? Again, a great example of how some companies do it. Another example, one of my favorites, is what Netflix does, right? Again, Netflix is all about, everything is personalized out there. And interesting fact is that what you see there on the screen when you, go into Netflix is a lot of what you see there is actually recommended for you. And you think what you see as popular on Netflix is actually not popular on Netflix. It is popular for people like you on Netflix. So basis your browsing behavior, basis what you search for, basis what you watch, pause or play, Netflix actually recommends stuff which is pretty much customized to what your viewing preferences are. And again, taking that to a interesting level in terms of actually trying to drive behavior by gently recommending to you what would be of interest to you. And I would end by taking one example of the most common way in which we used to spread messages, which is through television, where it's totally democratized. You put it on a TV and then everybody gets to see it. Even that in US is going through a change where on smart TVs, what's happening is people are able to see ads which are targeted to them, right? So there is a way where the ads are getting targeted. And I think as we go forward, that's likely to be the norm in terms of even the large screen where, of course, in digital, it's very personalized and very targeted. But even on something like a mainstream media on television, that's increasingly happening as well. Yeah, so those were a few examples I thought I'll share. And again, I'll end with going back to Godfather in terms of what was another interesting quote. And I think it's really about marketers saying, how am I going to make an offer to them that he or she cannot refuse, right? At a very personal and at a very direct level. So I think mass personalization is certainly here to stay. And the sooner and the better way in which marketers can sort of imbibe that and translate that into more relevant and meaningful communication, I think the greater chance for the brand to succeed. Thank you. I'm happy to take some questions if there are any. Yeah. Since you asked the question, I'm replying. I'm not plugging anything. I think a couple of examples not yet done in India, but globally we've done is, for example, on our lollipops, right? Chupa Chup lollipops. You have these icons. So the whole concept is, do you love me? And there are broken hearts, and there are two hearts getting together. So a whole bunch of icons from which you can choose. So that's an expression of, communication between teens. Right? So that's something that we've done in Europe quite a bit. Mentos, again, if you take the Dragis, there are printed message on that, what we call complimentos, right? So there's a way of giving compliments, it's a way of connecting with people. So again, messages printed on the candy, which can be sort of traded with people. So I think there are interesting examples of it in the confectionery world and also in other food and bevs categories, which are quite interesting and relevant.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Thank you.
But I'll request you to please stay with us as I invite on stage Ms. Nilima Bura, Country Marketing Director, HP India, to give away the token of appreciation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. All right. I know what you're waiting to hear while I'm right here. Not that I would say that, okay, we proceed further, but definitely to say that we come to an end of the Pitch CMO Summit 2019, the Delhi edition. I can see the smiles on everyone's face that finally, yes. I know I came with an empty mind when I was being told about the summit. I was just not aware of what it is going to be like. But when I'm going back, I know for sure that I have something back stored in me, that what it takes to make a brand reach out to us as a consumer. So you guys really work hard to think, how to think, what to think, and how to reach out. So hats off to you all. And indeed, it was a pleasure to be a part of this summit. Thank you so much, Exchange for Media, for giving me the opportunity to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, the bar is now officially open, so you guys can enjoy yourself, ease out. It's been a very heavy dose since morning. This is Payal Chada wishing you a very pleasant evening ahead. Thank you all.